Need a safety moment first?
Yeah, we will. We'll do a quick safety briefing, and then I have just a couple announcements that I'm going to make for today anyway. But obviously, we're on the 9th floor in our conference center, on the 9th floor on the west side of Energy Plaza. In the event that we need to exit this room, we would take the elevators all the way down to the main level and then exit out the building, unless there's a fire, and then we would use the steps. There's a fire extinguisher right behind us, AED in the first aid kit, just to the right of the elevators. Is anybody here in this room certified in the use of an AED or in CPR? Very good. A lot of folks around the table here. Appreciate that. If you have a medical condition, please write it down or tell your neighbor. In the event of severe weather, even though we may not be seeing severe weather here in Omaha, we would essentially follow our security folks that would take us to the call center area, which is a hardened area as well. So that concludes our safety briefing. Is there any questions on that? And two other announcements I'd like to make is that as we get close to 11 minutes after 9 o'clock today, we're just going to take a moment of silence in respect of 9/11, 17 years ago, on the impacts of the United States. And then at 10 o'clock, we're going to take just a quick break. Our Veterans Employee Resource Group is actually dedicating a wall of honor to our men and women at OPPD and retirees that have served in the military, and they're just starting that process. So it's not completely full yet, but my guess it will be as we reach out to our retirees and those kinds of things. And we'll just do a little dedication for that, and then we'll come back up here to the 9th floor and continue our board committee, if that would be okay. So, very good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Next, we're going to have the Nuclear Oversight Committee meeting. Mr. Barrett.
I'm going to turn it over to Mary Fisher.
Thank you. Good morning. Nuclear Oversight Committee did have a conference call. Basically, we went through the performance of our decommissioning. Continues to be on budget and on schedule. We have had removal of legacy waste over the course of the year. We've removed about 80 tons from the facility, and a total of 194 since we started decommissioning. So great progress there. We continue to progress with our dry fuel storage project. We have 25 concrete horizontal modules complete, and we have 3 of our quality assurance folks down in Carolina paying attention to the metal components that are being built down there. So all continues to be going well on the project. I'd also like to report that we had a third quarter NRC inspection. NRC came in specifically to review organization, management, cost control, decommissioning performance, maintenance, surveillance, spent fuel pool safety, which they do every quarter, and radioactive waste treatment, effluent, and environmental monitoring. The results of that were very good. We had no issues associated with what the NRC inspected during their 4 days that they were on site. Specifically, the feedback was good discussion on the maintenance rule, a robust management review process of maintenance activities, good management oversight to ensure nuclear safety is a top priority, good communication between departments, knowledgeable staff for ongoing changes through decommissioning, management oversight of the processes, received positive comments, dormancy plan is well thought out. So very good performance there from our nuclear staff. Also, our Nuclear Oversight Committee, our Nuclear Oversight area did a couple of internal audits that I'd like to report on. First was a limited scope audit of our decommissioning programs, or excuse me, our engineering programs. That audit resulted in 6 what I would call minor deficiencies. As I mentioned before, they also continue the on-site surveillance at Columbiana High Tech, which is doing our canister fabrication. And then NOS surveillance provides reasonable assurance that CTH, or Columbia High Tech, process is in fact robust. They have made a number of findings and have asked CTH to include that in their corrective program. So not only are we paying attention to the concrete horizontal modules that are being built at Fort Calhoun, but we're also paying attention to the internal liners, the metal liners that are being built. Currently, we have no issues with the construction of the horizontal modules at Fort Calhoun. So that concludes the general report. This month, I've asked Senior Director of Nuclear Decommissioning to come and give you a report out on where we think we want to go with the decommissioning project. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Tim Euling, who's joining us today.
Good morning. Last month I was here and we talked about what I would term as present and past performance. And we term that as largely on schedule and under budget. This morning I'm here and I'd like to talk to you about future opportunities for decommissioning. But first we'll take a step back to 2016. When we made the decision to shut down Fort Calhoun in 2016, we had to decide which decommissioning methodology we would choose. And we selected the Safstor method. But it wasn't a slam dunk. It was slightly favored over the deconstruction method, or what I'll refer to as D&D throughout the presentation. And it's those bullets at the bottom of this slide that are really the things that drove that decision to Safstor at that time. There's one I want to focus on, and that's transition to project organization. So that's not just putting an org chart together and putting in the processes and the procedures and the metrics. All that stuff was important, but we also had to make the mind shift change from that required to operate a nuclear plant day to day, and that required to go into a large project, that being decommissioning. That next bullet, the evaluate self-performance, over the last 2 years, we've shown that our team can perform this work on time, safely, and on budget, which allows us this opportunity. We're recommending, and we'll show that on the last slide, that we move into deconstruction at this juncture. Making that decision now and moving into deconstruction provides all these benefits and more. The main one that's not listed there, because these are mostly focused on the financial, is the people piece. So the same folks that have provided the opportunities to excel in the first 2 years of decommissioning, that have that specific FCS knowledge, they know the systems, they know the site, they know the culture. It would allow us to utilize some of those folks in key decommissioning roles as we move forward into this phase. A lot of the other bullets on here I would put up as to timing. I think it's important to note that whether you're in deconstruction now or deconstruction later, you have to do the work. It's not a matter of if you're going to do it, it's merely a matter of when you're going to do it. So all these talk about the advantages of moving that work up. There's a couple other key ones towards the bottom here. One is the availability of a waste disposal site. Mary talked about the amount of waste that we've disposed of so far. A lot of waste that we will need to dispose of. At this time, we have waste disposal options available to us. We can't predict what the pricing or availability of that would look like 3 or 4 decades from now. And then the last slide provides, or last bullet provides greater cost certainty, is what the next 3 bullets are going to be about. First thing I'll point out for all 3 of these slides, there's an asterisk at the top. These are our initial projections. They're what we know today. Our decommissioning cost update gets updated annually. That will continue throughout decommissioning. The Safstor numbers that are on here are from the decommissioning cost estimate that we did earlier this year. The deconstruction numbers, or the D&D numbers, are based off rearranging that work into the years that we believe it would be done and coming up with the cost from that standpoint. The first table is dollars in current year, and you'll see that the spent fuel management and site restoration costs, which are in millions, are about the same. It's the same work, it's done about the same time in the timeline. We expect those costs to be about the same regardless of which methodology we choose. The license termination is where you see that difference, and we're projecting approximately a $200 million difference between deconstruction and Safstor. And the next slide is going to explain why that's going to be. So even if those costs aren't exactly right, they are order of magnitude correct, and your deconstruction will always be less than Safstor based on what I'll show you on the next slide. The bottom table is in the inflated dollars. In a Safstor scenario, our cost estimate assumes that we'll be done in 2066, out towards the end of that 60-year period that we have to perform this work. In the deconstruction mode, we would project we could be done in approximately 10 years from now, or 2028. So you'll see that the inflated cost, Safstor is approximately double that of deconstruction. So this slide for me really helps show the difference financially between Safstor and deconstruction. The blue lines and the blue bars are Safstor. The orange lines, the orange bars are deconstruction. The lines are the trust fund balance. And both of those are to the axis on the right, and that's the balance of the fund through the decommissioning process. The bars are the total annual costs, and those are both to the column or the axis on the left. So if we start on the left side of the graph, you'll see that the first 3 years, either deconstruction or Safstor, those costs are going to be about the same. It's about the same work, it's about the same staffing levels. We would expect those costs to be about the same. Once fuel has been moved from wet storage to dry storage, that's when things start to change. Once that fuel is moved in mid-2020, if we go into Safstor, our costs drop off dramatically because our staffing drops off dramatically. We aren't doing a lot of work at the site at that point. If we stay in deconstruction, which you see on the left side of that graph, those dollars inflate a little bit in any particular year, but the trust fund balance is always enough to cover that work. And the next slide, we'll talk about funding of the trust funds. Going to the right of the graph for a minute, you can see that the trust fund balance in a Safstor scenario continues to grow because of the rate of return we expect to receive. We get close to a $2 billion balance in that trust fund at that period of time. But you can also see that once we start deconstruction in those 8 years, that fund gets spent rapidly. It's the same work, but it's inflated dollars, and that work a lot of work to be done at that particular time. So between those two spots, this is the difference between deconstruction and Safstor from a financial standpoint. The smaller bars are the deconstruction bars, and those are costs almost exclusively with maintaining the spent fuel in that dry storage during that period of time. We will have a staff there, we'll have security there, we'll be maintaining that safely. So that's the cost for deconstruction during that period of time. Safstor has those same costs, but it also has additional costs for maintaining the structures that we have there, the additional staff that we have there, so they're maintained in a state that doesn't present any hazards to our employees or to the public. So that's why that Safstor scenario is always going to come out at a higher value than the deconstruction scenario. And speaking of funding, yes, Ian?
Can I go back? How come
Absolutely.
2058, we have a bump in the amount of the D&D cost?
Thanks, Ian. The question is in 2058, why is there a bump in those costs? That's the year that we project our fuel to be picked up by the Department of
what I thought.
Energy.
That's what
And
I
the
thought.
costs associated with that, and then deconstruction of that pad is what drives those costs in those
Okay.
2 years.
Thank you, that's what I wanted to point out, yeah.
For the funding, the bars are the annual funding that we're projecting. The lines are the amount of funding that we're going to add from this point forward that we project in this scenario. Once again, the orange are deconstruction and the blue are Safstor. You'll see through 2021 that funding is projected to be the same regardless of which path we take. It's in 2022 that we start to see a potential change, and then 2023. In 2022, that bar is showing two different orange colors, and what we're doing with that is trying to show a range of what we would expect D&D funding requirements to be that year. The shaded part being the lower range, the dark part being the upper range, which is about what Safstor will be that year as well. But in 2023, we would project no additional funding for D&D. And then we show 2024 up there because starting in 2024, we project no additional funding for either scenario. And the funding that we have shown for Safstor is what's been submitted to the NRC as part of our regulatory filing. And it's also built into our 5-year goal of no general rate increase. So we are recommending that we continue to explore the options to go into D&D and how we would complete that work, and come back next month with a recommendation for your discussion.
Are there any advantages to staying on the Safstor? Do you see advantages to it?
Do you want?
Yes, there are advantages, but I think the negatives far outweigh the advantages. One of the advantages that you hear talked about a lot in the industry is perhaps technology will get better, so that's one. The other one is as you have radioactivity decaying, it will get lower, and so potentially the dose to workers could be less, although we believe that we have mitigation standards in place that would take care of that. So I don't really think that's a factor. But the classification of waste could go down, and so that would mean less cost for waste disposal in the future as that radioactivity would decay off. So those are the two primary things that I think are advantages.
Okay.
Mary, I have a quick question. You know, it seems like 2 years ago that Safstor was the front runner in the operation and that there were more pros for Safstor, and now it seems like there's more pros for D&D. How has that changed and what is that? Why is that?
Thank you for the question, Director Barrett. I strongly believe that as we went into decommissioning, this was a company that had not had that experience, and that we really didn't know what we were getting into in terms of a project. And we didn't know that the staff at Fort Calhoun would be able to make that shift. And we've talked about this over the course of the last 2 years. Would we be able to make that shift from being an online organization to a project organization that could deliver on the schedule and budget that we had put in place? And so I think those are the two primary factors that would say now is the time to reconsider and really look towards the future. Take what's happened in the past 2 years, look towards the future, and look at whether or not it is time to make that shift for Fort Calhoun. The slide that Tim had up there that showed the funding, if you go back to the 2016 presentation, one more back, please. The slide looks very similar to what we talked about in 2016. And I really think it was those two uncertainties that made us say we really do need to get some experience. We need to gain some knowledge. We need to do a lot of benchmarking with the other decommissioning utilities and really understand what this project looks like. I can tell you today that I believe that the employees at Fort Calhoun have done that, and I really think this is the time that we need to make this determination. For the other reason is that I think we need to make the determination now is I don't want a lot of rework at the site. And now's the time to make that so we can plan in 19 to be ready for 2020. So that's really why we're bringing this to the board today.
I would also say, Director Barrett, early in this conversation, where most companies would have spent 2 years planning for the end of operation in their nuclear plant and do all the filings, we did not have that luxury to be able to do that. And so the reason why we went into Safstor was not only some of the financial flexibility related items, but really more the regulatory flexibility. It gave us the ability to begin to put together all the appropriate regulatory filing steps that we needed to put in place, that we've been able to do, we've been very successful in doing that. And now that that's been established and we have a strong base to move forward, from our perspective, delaying and waiting on Safstor to do it in later is one, not only a cost piece, but we really lose talent that I think can help us decommission that plant more effectively and in the safest way, because many of the folks either maintained, constructed, or been part of the operation of that plant. And so those things are now dovetailing together. So a little difference from 2016 to where we are today.
Yeah, I would dovetail on the employees there, you know, and the talent that we have there right now is our biggest plus. And they've been really good. And I have a couple of questions, and one has to do is, can you discuss a little bit more in detail the employees? I'm certain that the employees have been notified about this ahead of time, is that correct? Thank you.
We did have that conversation. Tim actually went through this presentation with them yesterday morning. We asked them to maintain that confidentiality until we could bring it to the board of directors today. And so I suspect that many of them are watching us as we have this debate.
And can you go into a little bit more detail on the effect that this will have on the employee count and how this will affect them in general?
So can I add
10 years.
something to that? I'm also interested in sort of the difference between the scope of work,
Yes.
right? For the
Yeah,
D
that
and D up
goes into the
front, and
employees.
then Safstor on the back end. You know, it seems like they're just it's
Huge.
sort of one on. And I'm also interested to piggyback in the extent to which we have a sense for what our employees' roles will be versus any contracting work that we'll need to do in either of those
Yeah,
two
and to
scenarios.
bring in, well, that was my second question, is the relationship between Energy Solutions and whether or not we need another contract with them or someone else. That was the second question. So we've got 3 or 4 questions there, Tim and Mary. If you can
So
sort of
I'll try to
decide which
answer
way
all
you
of
want to
them.
decide it, yeah.
I'll try to answer all of them and jump in if I miss something. In terms of the work that needs to be done, the work is no different whether we do it today or we do it 60 years from now. The work is to remove all radioactivity from the plant site. That's license termination. The work is to move our spent fuel from the pool to the independent spent fuel storage installation pad. Our work is to raise the buildings that are there and take it back to a greenfield. So the work does not change regardless of, do we do it now or do we do it 60 years from now? In terms of the talent and the knowledge of the skill of the people that's there, and Tim talked about the skill, but it's the knowledge base of that plant that really helps us. They know exactly where we've had leaks in the piping or where we've had issues as we've operated that plant, all contained, all safely taken care of, but that adds to the cost of decommissioning. Knowing that adds to our ability to maintain, or adds to our ability to remove that in an effective way. So all of that remains the same. Losing that knowledge and expertise will mean that we'll have to do a lot of review of the building, going in, assessing the buildings and the containment areas before we would go at 60 years from now. So we lose, that's what we lose. In terms of staffing, we put this recommendation up here specifically because while we've done a bit of understanding of what D&D means to us and how we would proceed, the recommendation here is we're not asking you to approve a D&D. We're really asking you to go along with us to help us say that we should go off and explore what opportunities we have. And so as we've looked at this, when we look at the staffing, we have what I would say are preliminary numbers, but until we get into the option that we will want to pursue, I don't know that I can directly answer your question. I do know that there are probably some things out there that we don't have the talent to do, and at that point, we will bring in the talent that we need. But where we draw that line and exactly how we go about doing this work is something that we'll have to work through over the next 6 to 9 months. In terms of the options, we really believe that there's probably 4 different models out there. And I really think that why back in the 80s, there was a self-perform model where utilities were doing it with their own staff and just bringing in contract help in order to do some of the things. Recently, the model that's been out there and mentioned Energy Solutions, our partner currently on this project for the Safstor option. They have done both Zion and Dairyland Power's power plants. Their model was to take over the license and do all of the decommissioning, and then once all the fuel was on the pad, turn it back over to the utility, and the utility has the long-term care of the spent fuel on the ISVC pad. The third model that's out there that is into the NRC to be approved but has not been approved is Vermont Yankee, and they are looking to have North Star take over their plant and their facility, including their fuel, for the long term. And so that's a different model. But that model hasn't been proven, and that model hasn't been approved by the NRC. And so we're carefully watching what's going on with that model. So these are the things that we want to investigate and bring back to you in October. What do we think is the right model for Fort Calhoun? How would we push that forward? How would we incorporate our staff and the knowledge and the talent that we have in each one of those models, and what would that look like?
You can do that in 1 month?
That's what I was gonna ask. This is a big decision, it's a month.
That's a lot of
Well,
work.
we've been doing, obviously, some work leading up to this point where we feel comfortable enough to come to the board and really ask for this recommendation for us to come back to you, probably in the October timeframe,
Right.
with what that looks like. I think the team has done a variety of work over the last 60 or 90 days to lead us up to this point where we feel pretty comfortable. We really have a design and a scope that would bring us to a recommendation in October to move forward, but we are still refining that and talking to a variety of different partners on who might be part of that. And so that gives us another, 30 days or so to complete that work.
I feel comfortable that we'll be able to bring back something that will answer your questions and really give you enough information to make the decision that we'd be asking.
So that would be a board action item.
It would in October.
Tim, can you go back to the comparison chart? That one there. So between 2021 and 2028, in the next few years, we're basically gonna get everything secure, safe, put our nuclear materials in a safe storage. The difference I look at between 2021 and 2028, where we have that spending gap to do this, how much is that total? I mean, just ballpark.
It's a
Just-
small spending gap.
So there's not a spending gap because they are to two different scales. So the
Okay.
trust fund always has a positive balance in it. We are spending within that trust fund for each of those
So
years.
if you go back to the.
No,
go
so
back
the
to
difference, so we put,
previous slide,
we
yeah.
put away some money in the trust fund. Yeah, so those years are, how much are we gonna spend then to do this in those 4 or 5 years?
So-
Which one am I looking
So we
at?
look at license termination under current year projected, item B, D, and D, about $670 million is what we would anticipate to get us through 2028 and remove all the residual radioactivity from the site. And I want to be clear that, the site is currently very safe. We maintain
Yeah.
that, the NRC inspects it. This is not a matter of safety, this is a matter of efficiency and working with the knowledge base of the people that we have currently. And quite
Yeah.
frankly, risk mitigation strategy for the district in terms of having a long-term liability out there.
Okay.
It brings it much closer. I think.
So maybe I'm not just getting this, but on B, so $1.5 billion you're gonna spend, correct? In this D&D?
Those are inflated cost
inflated
out to the
dollars.
year of expenditure, so that's why those costs are higher.
But we're expending them in 6 or 7 years.
Except for
That
those
that
costs
difference
move
between,
out.
what's our cost in between 2021, just that gap, where we're seeing the red line, which is the
Go back.
D&D total actual cost. Go back. What is the difference, the gap there, that's coming out of our budgets in the next 6 or 7 years? I'm just looking at it right here, I can't.
38 years worth of.
I'm not sure there is a gap. I think that what we're showing, Tim, if you
I
go
don't
back to
think
that
he
one.
is asking about the gap, he's asking about what's the cost.
The cost,
Right.
the
between
difference
those two.
between, you're just putting into a trust fund X amount of millions, all right?
Correct.
How much, 20 million a
It-
year?
It's about
5?
150 million a year is what we
150 million
project.
a year for 6 years.
As an estimate.
Okay, when we do that, so the decision I'm saying is, okay, reduces our financial liabilities sooner. Well, 2066, it's like, a lot of ratepayers won't be around 2066, and you talked about some of the different changes that could happen technology-wise and all that. To the idea to repurpose the site, that's probably a benefit. Ensures waste disposal. I know we have the employees there to do this, but I'm just saying, that's a lot of money to have a site. What are we gonna do with the site? I mean, at some point, repurpose it for what? Is somebody gonna come in and now we're gonna have $1 billion of economic development? I mean, if we're gonna spend this kind of money, to me, it's a liability.
I
It's
think
always
the
gonna be
money,
a
the money's
liability.
going into a trust fund either way.
Either way, it's gotta be
Okay,
a trust
either
fund.
way, you gotta put the money aside. It's a question of when do you rip it and ship it?
Right.
Right.
That's
50
correct.
years from now, 40, or
I
do you do
agree,
it
but in
now?
2066, it's a long time from now. Many of our ratepayers will be dead or whatever. I mean, and all the different changes that could happen, that's all I'm saying. I don't know where I'm going on this, but to me,
Well,
I had this argument
I think a
before,
couple.
it's such a long ways down the road.
Well, I think one is, yes, we would repurpose that site. It's a valuable site for a number of reasons. One is, it is an industrial corridor, very clearly. As we have talked to this board, we have filed to essentially allow about 121 acres to be used for other uses than Fort Calhoun usages in a filing that we made with the NRC. to essentially allow us to use that potentially for economic development, which would be certainly for revenue generation as it abuts the south side of the Cargill campus. It also is a beneficial site potentially because it has significant transmission infrastructure for us to use it for other system resiliency, system benefit purposes for OPPD, whether it's reciprocating engines, natural gas engines, whether it's battery storage, but it's tied into our north part of our service territory, which we would like to have some generation up there for some resiliency reasons in the future. So it allows us to be able to do a number of different things that I think would be productive for the district to utilize that property and to free up additional up to maybe, and I'm going to mess this up, but another 500 plus acres that we might be able to release for economic development purposes. And there'd be some value to the district and the rest of our.
That's the key might be able to release is when we look at that, I guess, in those 3 years, it's gonna be safe. Can people then go develop this 120 acres, 180 acres, whatever?
So,
I mean, what's the use?
I want to be clear, the site is safe, and the 120 acres that we've already filed with the commission, and the commission is considering our filing, and we expect that acreage to be released from NRC jurisdiction in the March timeframe is what we've asked. And so that's already underway and already going forward. The additional acreage that's up there, as we get into whether it's D&D or Safstor, we'll take another look at that and try to determine what we do with the rest of that.
Yeah, and then when we do this study, then we'll come back and say, what will this cost do to our rates or ratepayers, whatever?
So to be clear, we're not changing anything from being in Safstor. We are continuing to put the same amount in the fund, regardless of whether we go in Safstor or we go into D&D. Those funds are not changing. And so what you see on the last, if you go back to that slide, if you go
Yeah, I
back
must
to
not
the
be
end,
reading this graph.
it's 2022 and 2023, where we're saying potentially if we go into D&D, we'll actually be putting less funds into the funding, into the trust fund,
For those short
as opposed
years.
to more.
So
That's
I
the
must be-
total of the funding. There is no more after
Well,
that.
I'll get with you at another time. I'm not gonna waste everyone's time on it.
Maybe one thing that I have important here. As Mary very well said right now, the funding will be the same as we have today or less. And the reason is or less, one of the reasons is, as Tim mentioned, there's a lot of work that would be completed earlier for which you wouldn't need all these additional 40 years of higher security or other expenses, right? So you're saving a lot of money there. You're also saving money on inflation. Some of these, actually all of these numbers assume that there will be some inflation. In the next 40 years, 50 years, there will be inflation and those costs will grow. You're saving all of that. Now, the main concern from the CFO's perspective when Mary talked to me about these was, do we have the money? Will we have the money now or by the time we need it, right? And I'm very proud to say that these organizations, these board of directors, when the decision was made, took the action to continue funding the fund in a way that allows us to entertain these options. We have the funds, we will have the funds, we can make either one of them work. Now, from my perspective, from a risk perspective, the D&D solution poses a lower risk than the Safstor solution. On the Safstor solution, we would be depositing the same amount of funds that was shown here to you in the graph between now and 2023. But we will be counting on interest earnings for the next 40 plus years to hopefully more than offset the inflation that would happen in the next 40 plus years, right? That's how you get. Can you go back to the table, the funding table, Tim? That's how you get from 1.5 billion to 3 billion, is by putting those funds in the fund, and then earning interest on those. Now,
I'm curious, what assumptions did you make about
it's a little bit over 3%.
for inflation?
For
Or the delta
inflation,
between those two things?
I'm not sure, inflation is 2
I
points.
have those numbers. It varies by year,
Yep.
but inflation was assumed to be between 2.55 and 3.38%.
Okay.
And interest earnings between 2.84 and 3.63%.
Oh, wow, okay.
right? By going to a D&D scenario, you're eliminating or you're mitigating the risk of inflation and also our reliance on interest earnings to make these work. So from a financial perspective, this solution presents a lower risk profile to the district financially, in addition to all of the other benefits that have been discussed. So again, it's a luxury for us, I believe, that the board can entertain these two options, because we could be in a situation where we just don't have enough money to fund that even if we wanted, we couldn't make it work. And that's not the case here.
Yeah, and that's money that's set aside for this purpose
And cannot be used for anything
Can't
else.
be used for anything else. The other thing I would say to build on what you just said is back to reinforce what Tim said. By acting sooner, we're making sure that we realize the opportunities that we have available to build some revenue off of that property. Is that a fair statement? At a sooner date, earlier date.
Right. But I would say that's probably not the main driver, right? That's just
No.
No.
Just icing on the cake.
yes.
Well, I think there's a distinct feeling from this senior team, and it's a reason why we're making this recommendation too, is that we could kick this can down for 50 years, right, or 50, 60 years. Our feeling was, because we've been part of this decision process, and because it financially makes sense for us to do, and logistically makes sense to do, and because of the talent we have at the plant that has demonstrated the capability to do this related work, we feel really compelled to really make this recommendation, and to see this through very clearly, to decommission this site, make this site productive back in the district hands and property for a variety of different uses, and we'll vet those out as we kind of move down this path.
I'm interested in the variety of different uses.
You bet.
Because if you're in your 70s or 60s and you're struggling to pay your bills now or whatever, they don't care if 2066. It is what it is. Ratepayers are paying the rates now. And yeah, I don't think it's kicking the can down the road. It's a liability to carry forward, and it is what it is. But that's where it gets me. But that's where I say, if it's neutral, cost neutral, which I'll get some more information later on that, I can live with it. But you live in the here and now, not 2066.
It doesn't make any difference in the money anyway.
What appeals to me is the certainty.
Yeah, I just want to confirm
Not
that.
for OPPD and our customers, but also for Washington County. I mean, to hold that land
That's right.
in abeyance for 60 years is not the right thing
Yeah.
to do.
Washington County really would like to have some of that land.
Right,
Well,
I
I
just
mean,
like
there really are
Great
future
opportunities.
opportunities that I can see now, but in 50 years, who knows? So if that property is available for other uses, and all things are equal, I'd like to look at the D&D.
I think it's important to know the vision of what that is in 20 or 30 years. And
Sure.
there is things going. I just drove by there the other day, and
Yeah.
it's a growing area, for sure. Good power sources, obviously.
Sure.
Yeah, and I want to go back to the talent and the employees. You know, they were
Yeah.
ahead, actually, of the curve as far as removing a lot of the radioactivity stuff. They're going bing, 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 yeah, let's get this done as far as all the asbestos removal and that type of stuff. And it's just, they have proven that they can do this. And I think it'll be far more efficient to do it this way.
Don't underestimate the value of eliminating one heck of a management distraction for 40 or 50 years.
Right.
This will be on the
That's
docket
that's a huge
in everybody's
thing.
mind for 40 or 50 years, and they'll be cursing us 20 years out. Why didn't they deal with it?
Yeah, we still won't have the
Why'd
dry
they
cast
kick this
storage.
can down the
but-
road?
That's different.
That's different, yeah.
Only a couple of us are young enough to hear those curses.
I'll be long gone.
Yeah, me too.
Are we ready for?
Just about, yeah.
So this isn't an action, right?
No, it's not.
Okay.
But
it will be.
Yeah, we wanted to bring it to the attention of the board that as we go out and start to pursue options for D&D and we start to have conversations, that you're fully aware of what we're doing and why we're doing it. So you were not kind of caught unawares. And
Thank
we
you,
also
Mary.
wanted to do that with our employees, so we've done both of that. And we will move forward with this and be back to talk to you in October.
This is probably really a great time for us to just, at 9/11 here, for us just to take a moment of silence and kind of conclude this part of our recommendation to the board. So if we could just take a moment of silence, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
I would want to mention that everybody knows where they were 17 years ago, and there are a few of us that were in this room when this actually happened. And when that happened, about half the room had to leave because they were on call to go seeing what was going on. Mo especially was the first one out. Okay, Mary, have we concluded?
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for the robust discussion on this
That
too,
was
by the way.
great,
So,
yeah.
thank you.
it was a great discussion. Next, we'll have finance.
Please, Javier.
Well, it is my pleasure to follow this presentation with a relatively boring report, which is, I think that's what you want to hear. The topic for this month was surprising in a positive way for me. We saw a month of August that wasn't necessarily the typical sunny, hot August. It was on the cooler side, and I was expecting revenues to follow that way, but actually cooling degree days for the month of August were almost right on budget. It wasn't as the heat wasn't as high as last year, but it was right on budget, and we actually, our revenues came in pretty much as planned, in fact, a little bit higher, and I blame that to the humidity that we experienced in August. It wasn't necessarily that hot, but it was very humid. Retail revenues for August were $100.5 million, which is $2.3 million over budget. This brings our year-to-date revenue amount to $663 million, which is $11.4 million over budget. Off-system sales, strong. Our marketing and trading floor was busy, selling and buying power, and this month our off-system sales revenue for August were $13.3 million, which is $3.3 million over budget. Year to date, we are at $126.7 million, which is $33.7 million over budget. On other income, we're $7.6 million for the month, which is $1.8 million over budget, pretty much in line with budget projections. O&M expenses were $27.7 million, which is $600,000 over budget, which is as close to budget as it can get. Fuel and purchase power expenses were for the month of August were $31.4 million, which is $3 million over budget. Something important here is for the first few months of the year, fuel and power purchase expenses had come higher than budget in an amount that was higher than the off-system sales.
Say that again.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Fuel and purchase power, we had been spending more on fuel and purchase power than the money that we were receiving compared to budget, right? We had been spending more than what we had been receiving. That wasn't necessarily the best news. Part of it had to do with a few things, some transmission lines that were down, and the market really necessarily moving in our favor. This month, that reversed, and our off-system sales revenues were slightly more ahead of budget than our off-system, our power purchases. So a good month for us from a secondary market perspective. Other expenses for August were $83.2 million, which is $2.9 million over budget. The majority of these is related to interest expense, mark to market. This also reflects the transaction that occurred late in the month where we paid off a significant amount of our bonds using cash. And so we had to mark the gains and the losses that we had achieved on those bonds previously. It's a non-cash element, but it's certainly reflected here on the other expense of $38.2 million. That all in all resulted in a net income for the month of August of $24.2 million, which is $900,000 over budget, on the nose.
Really?
Again, pretty boring month from that end.
You like boring though, don't you?
I like boring, but I also like boring with a little bit of color. So the color this month was that we used, and this is later on the next line, actually the next two lines. At the end of August, the district used cash, about $177 million in cash, to defease an almost equal amount of bonds, $180 million of bonds. This is part of the transaction that I've relayed to you. As August closed, we closed with $177 million less in cash, but $180 million less in debt. And we're carrying that through today. And in fact, as we speak, we are in the market in New York selling bonds to replenish our revenue fund for the cash that we used over 2 weeks ago. Remember, there is a 2-week mandatory period for us between that one transaction and the other one to comply with tax rules, and that's what we're doing today. Upon succession pricing of the bonds today, we are planning to close on the bond transaction on or about September 25th, at which point our revenue fund would be replenished with cash, and we would essentially execute this transaction that would lower our interest expense and act as a mitigating tool against interest expenses rising. So I'm really excited. If you see me stepping out at some point today, I apologize because I may be asked to participate in a conference call, but everything should be good for this transaction. Continuing with the capital expenditures for the month of August were $3.4 million. We are under budget still year to date. We're $17 million under budget on capital. Same story, had a stormy season that delayed some capital projects, and we're catching up in the summer months, but still running behind. We continue to work with the capital prioritization team to see how can we accelerate some projects, make sure that the work gets done without necessarily incurring in any additional risk or safety issues. All in all, again, a positive month, an unusual month with lower cash and lower debt. Don't get used to it. It'll revert back. Hopefully that's the plan for the next month. That concludes my financial report.
Can we talk about the retirement fund and the actuaries that came in and a little bit give us an overview?
Yes. A few months ago, during a committee meeting, I made a presentation on SD 14. That's the retirement plan. And as I was going through that presentation, there were several questions, technical questions about not necessarily the results, but how do we determine our actuarial liability, our annual contribution, what is the unfunded actuarial liability, how do we amortize those liabilities, et cetera. And most of those questions came from Director Trinan and Director Moody, who also happened to sit on the Finance Committee. So a commitment I made back then was let's bring the expert, let's bring our actuary to give a presentation on the methodology that's used for calculating those. And that presentation was made to the 3 members of the Finance Committee. I believe it was well received. And we asked, is there any appetite to share that with a broader audience? And at that point, I think the Finance Committee decided it was, you were satisfied with that information, but it's certainly something that we can share later on. I don't know what.
We really got in the weeds.
Yes.
Yeah. If you have
I was really
a report on that, I would love to see it.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
something we're going to have Javier spend some time with each of the board members, and maybe it's one of the items that we'll have
I need
you
to see
do
that.
a deep dive on.
Happy to do
I think
that,
that'd be
yeah.
good.
We can get as detailed as you want.
I think every board member needs to know that information.
Yep.
Yeah,
Happy to do that. I'll schedule those.
thank you.
And
Okay.
I don't know if there are any other finance committee members that would like to report on that. Other than
Okay.
that, that's.
Thank you very
the end of my
much.
report.
No, it was really good, really helpful.
I'll say, I think it's salient that the district uses the most conservative variables of any of our peers around here. I mean, we've been very conservative in determining the liability. And so I think, the fact that we're underfunded is evident, but we're not deluding ourselves, okay? Which I think is notable.
Director Chavez, when you say compared to our peers, are you talking about other public entities versus utilities?
I think, yeah, the public entities within our state and within our peer group, I think we've been very, very responsible with that, particularly going down to 7% discount rate, I think is notable, because a lot of others are still at 7.5 and 7 3/4. And we could make the gap look much smaller, but I think it's delusional to do that, quite frankly. And I think it's conservative because I think, Brad, you've told us that we've earned much more than that over the last 30 years or so. I want to say 8 or 9%.
Yeah, we've had a good run this.
Yeah. So I feel real good about where we're at in doing that. And we talked about how do we close that gap over the next period of years.
Yeah, because the past 5 years have been a challenge.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
Well, the actuary that came in and presented brought a really interesting industry report that showed sort of on a graph, all these different plot points for where everyone has been and where everyone is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't just the local entities. And to your point, I really like where we're at in terms of the assumptions we're making. They're practical, they're reasonable, they're conservative, and I think they're spot on.
Yeah.
One follow-up, and the actuarial expert is internal or?
No, it's external.
External.
Okay. Just making sure.
Super geeky.
Yeah.
This is a super geeky science.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but that's important, and we have to hire an external actuary. That's one of the reasons why our external auditors rely also on the reports of these external auditors. So it's important for us to hire that outside expertise to make sure that we have the best and most unbiased studies and results.
Very good, thank you.
Thanks, Javier.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have the Public Information Committee, which I am chair of, and I'll head this off. The biggest thing that we've done is work on the SD7 environmental stewardship refinement, which the committee has been meeting regularly on, and we're going to now present our suggestions and everything. I'm going to sort of give a little background information, and then I'm going to have Scott take over as far as facilitating hopefully a very robust conversation. And I want to go back again to what our policy governance, and go back to how the OPPD board, we develop and leverage policies to define results and monitor performance we would like OPPD to achieve on behalf of all we serve. The policies provide transparency, accountability, and authority to operate the business, and as a board, we define the results and speak as one via written policies to delegate authority to our CEO, Tim Burke, to determine how to best carry out the work of the organization. We have 15 policies, and it guides OPPD's management team and decisions. They make all about the aspects about all of the business. They declare the board's performance expectations on foundational aspects of business: rates, reliability, customer relationship, employee relations, and all those 15 directives. And it's important to know the interrelationship between all of these policies. So when we were discussing at our meeting, multiple times we brought up all the different policies. So if we go back to the history of the environmental stewardship, it was first accepted back in 2015 in October. 3 times we've have said that the policy is in compliance. However, we said it needed refinement, and it's taken a long time. Each time we said it's taken refinement, and we've gone back and we've worked with it. The past few months, between April and September, the Public Information Committee has met multiple times. And at the same time, we work with OPPD senior management team. Each time, Mary Fisher was there, Javier was there, Lisa Olson was there, Kate Brown was there, and Scott Foch. Why? Again, because all of these SDs are interrelated. When we get an idea, they tell us whether or not it may have positive or negative consequences on other policies. So I thank you, everyone who was in there, not only them, but a lot of their team was in there, backing them up and giving us a lot of data that we needed. My goal today is to have a very robust conversation with everyone, to put out your ideas. We've worked very hard, and this is our suggestion. However, this is not, we do not want this immediately to go. We want the public to also have things. So what we're going to do is have more suggestions. I'm sure we'll probably bring it back to committee, and in the next month or two, hopefully have a specific policy after the public has input and everything. So I would say hopefully October, November, we would have something for you. So Scott, I'm going to have you take over and facilitate the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to facilitate this discussion. It has been a very robust discussion over the past months, and I'm glad we have an opportunity to review the policy for consideration today. A couple of things I want to walk through just in terms of summarizing the conversation. It was really important in the PI committee that as a committee there was identification of goals. They went back and took a look at the initial SD7 and through that surfaced goals, and then there was a notion of do the goals that were initially identified in the policy continue to support the policy moving forward. So the goals were commitment and environmental stewardship, clear measures of accountability, favorable environmental impact and community impact, and advocacy and education. So as Director McGuire was speaking to earlier, these are the things that the board really is wanting the policy to end up helping to deliver to our customer owners on their behalf. So if we go across this way, what we'll do is we'll review this, and then we'll provide a little bit more education on some of the goals, and then we'll step into a facilitated discussion, ask all sorts of questions and answers, and have all of that robust conversation. So with regards to the first goal, commitment to environmental stewardship, the current policy read, the board is committed to operate in an environmentally sensitive manner. There's been lots of discussion around this, and the proposed language that emerged was managing its interactions with the environment is essential to OPPD's ability to serve customers, create value for stakeholders, and contribute to the well-being of its employees and communities it serves. OPPD is committed to operate in an environmentally responsible manner and to strive for the continuous improvement of its environmental performance. The second goal, clear measures of accountability. The current policy states the board establishes that a long-term goal of at least 30% of retail energy sales shall be supplied from renewable energy sources. The proposed policy in support of this goal reads, demonstrate accountability and transparency by measuring and reporting its environmental performance in support of applicable regulatory standards, and pursue a directional goal of 20% reduction in carbon intensity from 2010 through 2030 as measured by the Climate Registry Electric Power Sector Protocol. The third goal, favorable environmental impact, community impact. Current policy, OPPD shall conduct its business in a manner that meets all environmental regulatory standards and enhances natural resource conservation and stewardship. The proposed policy, conduct its business in a manner that, at a minimum, meets all environmental regulatory standards, and manage internal operations and promote the efficient use of resources and minimize environmental impact. And finally, advocacy and education. The current policy reads, OPPD shall participate and provide leadership in the development of national, state, and regional environmental policies and initiatives that support OPPD's mission. OPPD shall promote the efficient use of energy to its customer owners, and OPPD shall proactively engage its customer owners and other stakeholders in meeting this directive. The proposed policy language was to develop and deliver innovative energy products, programs, and services that help customers achieve their environmental goals. And lastly, participate and provide leadership in the development of national, state, and regional environmental policies and initiatives that support OPPD's mission. There was a statement in the current policy: OPPD shall, at the pace of value or in response to actual or anticipated environmental regulatory requirements, incorporate renewable generation into its generation portfolio. The conversation led to not including this in the proposed policy language. I want to highlight a couple of these changes before we get into detail on one. If we start at the bottom, OPPD shall, at the pace of value or in response. This comment was something that in discussion with the policy committee, there was really belief that this is really addressed in SD2. SD2 asks us to be very mindful of rates, to achieve rates that are 20% below regional average. We have to balance, as Director McGuire was saying earlier, between SD2 and this SD, and to have kind of a cross-reference just didn't seem to be as pure as the policy was intended to be. So the decision and the recommendation was to take this component out. With regards to advocacy and education, you'll notice that there is some change. Primarily, some of the challenges here were really centered around this notion of the engagement of stakeholders. Our SD 13 asks us to actively engage stakeholders in any important decision. Certainly, things that we do here are important decisions, so there's a cross-reference that we thought should be eliminated through the discussion and conversation. I would ask from the PI committee members through the course of the conversation, are there any other significant things that you would like highlighted at this time? If not, we'll move forward into talking about the directional goal of 20% reduction in carbon. Director?
I'll highlight a couple things. I think to underscore something that was said earlier, we've had hours of discussion around this. And I have many memorable moments from those discussions, one of which was early in the discussion, Javier said, it's important that whatever we do here is something that compels the entire organization. So it's not just about CO2, which we'll talk about in a moment, but it's about all of our activities and how this will really resonate with people so that people in the finance department, this is something that they can latch onto. So in the spirit of that, there are a couple that I would highlight. One is the new language, manage internal operations to promote the efficient use of resources and minimize environmental impact. That, I don't want to skim over that because that's a very compelling statement to me that really kind of talks about internal operations and really should resonate with the entire organization. That was present to an extent in the current policy, but I think that's an important change that should have a ripple effect into the entire organization. The other thing that I would mention as what I think is an important change in terms of language is the current policy around advocacy and education really talked about us promoting the efficient use of energy to its customer owners. And promoting that is great, and we should continue to do that, but I like the direction we went, which is to actually develop and deliver innovative energy products, programs, and services to actually help our customers achieve their environmental goals. So it wasn't just about energy and the efficient use of energy. Again, this is our environmental stewardship strategic directive, and so we created some language that really compels the organization to really think more holistically, not only in terms of what we're helping our customers do, but also products, programs, and services. I thought those are two important changes. They can really kind of slide under the radar if we're not careful, because most of our conversation will be about the metric, right? And that's understandable, but I think those two changes, in my opinion, were two really important ones that I think if we're really living to the spirit of the strategic directive, will have an effect on the entire organization.
Thank you.
It's important to note that as we visited with the VPs, they were already doing a lot of this already.
Mm-hmm.
We are already doing a lot of these things, and it's important that that gets out as far as when we have a reporting item and we've had a lot of people come and talk about the innovative changes and everything, but that's actually now in the policy And they'll continue to do that, and they know that that is what we want them to do, and go for it. Continue to do that.
Thank you. Director Gay or Director McGuire, are there any other comments that, just in terms of debriefing on the committee discussions that have happened that resulted in what we're looking at in terms of proposed policy language?
Yeah, I'd just say, Scott, I think it was important that we did have senior managers there to provide input. Of course, we set direction. That's our responsibility, but they're the ones that need to lead and implement some of these things we decide to do. So I really appreciate all the time they put into attending these many meetings. I think that's important. The rest of you know, they spend a lot of time with us. So.
Done this without them. We would have really had a mess
Yeah.
if we didn't have them there.
So that's all I have. Look
Scott,
forward to the discussion.
Yes,
What-
sir.
As we take out pace of value in this SD, how does pace of value interplay with all of these statements? I mean, for instance, the first one, proposed language for managing its interactions with the environment, and it's essential to serve our customers. How does that balance against pace of value? If in fact this might be more expensive and cost our customers more,
That's Javier.
A good question.
Who
Just-
wins?
Just reflecting upon the conversation that happened in policy committee, because we'll get into a space of having open debate
Oh, great.
momentarily. With regards to the policy committee discussion, the conversation was really SD2 surfaces our need to be able to be very mindful of rates and how competitive and affordable we are in terms of those rates. Also, our notion of no general rate increase. So as we make considerations for this policy, it doesn't act independent and on its own. It must act in balance and concert with other policies. So that was the nature of the conversation. That policy, for example, doesn't indicate anything around environmental stewardship.
That's true.
So having that stand on its own seemed to be important in that way.
And Javier really added a lot to that in that conversation.
Yeah.
I don't know.
One thing on the pace of value, I mean, yeah, we love the statement, it makes sense, it's a good
Really.
line. But I think part of that, my look is, well, okay, can we get rid of it at this point? I was thinking, you always get to make those decisions at the board meetings ongoing. So a decision 6 months from now, you're still gonna weigh that in your mind because of the financial considerations. So to put it in the environmental,
It was
SD,
repetitive.
did we really need it there? So
Okay.
less is more, maybe?
It's
That's probably where
repetitive,
we came
and
from.
Javier will be here to back up.
Yeah,
whether
and I
or
think
not
as we
it's,
have a discussion
as
on
far as
some of
the
these,
finance.
pace of value, of course, will play
It
in
always is
everybody's
in there.
mind. It just didn't really need to be stated in the environmental, but we make those decisions all the time, ongoing.
And
So-
I
Because that's
think
the
on
next
that
one, too.
theme, I think that it's felt like to me over the last year, we've sort of been tidying up some strategic directives where we've got energy
Right.
efficiency sprinkled in a few different places and customer engagement. And so like, I like the idea of keeping the strategic directive focused on what its real true purpose is and allowing it to sort of interplay with the other ones as well.
Well, and for us at the senior team, I mean, what you don't hear, even in the conversation where Tim and Mary came to the senior team to present what they presented earlier, is that conversation about the balance of all of these SDs and that conversation and the deep dive that we do around them, right? But it really does help focus our conversation and our work at the senior level very clearly. So I just want to thank you for kind of living with that. I think it's important.
So there was a lot of conversation that happened in committee regarding this pursue a directional goal of 20% reduction in carbon intensity from 2010 through 2030. And so at this point, and this is another reason to have the subject matter vice presidents present and part of the conversation, I'm going to turn it over to Mary Fisher to walk through the next couple of slides.
Yeah, and if I could, sort of step in here, a lot of us came in with the idea, okay, what about having 50% renewable by a certain amount of time, or 100% renewable by a certain amount of time? And Mary is the one who reflected back, well, this might be more accurate than what we're going for. We're still gonna have the renewable, but what is gonna be pushing us is the carbon. And Mary, if you can explain that to us, why we switch from the wind to the carbon. intensity?
Thank you. I'm going to start with the carbon intensity over time, and in the conversation so far, I think we've left out a key individual that has really helped this, and that's Russ Baker.
Yeah.
Russ and his team have done a lot of work on this, and so I want to make sure that we recognize the work that they've done. This slide was put together really to give you a more holistic view about the levers that we have in which we can actually influence our environmental stewardship. And, you know, when we came back and had the discussion at the PI committee, I felt strongly that this needed to be something that my employees at Nebraska City and North Omaha could really look at and say there are actionable things that we can do. And so I point to the first one. As you go, you see the increase going up for the flood for Fort Calhoun. During 2011, the shutdown of Fort Calhoun caused our other units to really respond. How we operate these plants matters. And what you see here is that they responded to the call for action to support the rest of the district and to provide the electricity that we needed out on the grid. And so how we operate these plants does go into this. And what I think this graph will show you is that this is a more holistic view about the levers that we have in which to actually demonstrate our environmental stewardship at OPPD. As we came out of that flood, Fort Calhoun came back online, and you see that because it was a carbon-free generation source, and we had the addition of Prairie Breeze of 200 megawatts, you can see that our carbon intensity goes down. And then we stayed pretty constant for a couple of years. We added Grand Prairie, so again, decisions that we're making about what our resource mix looks like. So not only operations, but our resource mix matters. And what we do in terms of the decisions and how we model this and how we look to the future really do have this impact. As we moved into decommissioning Fort Calhoun in 26, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that we also fuel switched North Omaha 1, 2, and 3. So again, things and decisions that we can make that are impacting our environmental stewardship. As we made the determination to decommission Fort Calhoun, again, the response of the men and women that work at North Omaha and Nebraska City really backed up what we needed out on the grid, and are really supporting that effort. We also recently signed an agreement with Shoals Wind. Shoals is due to come in 2019, so now I'm moving from historical to what we're projecting. So again, this gets into our planning and what we're looking at for the future. Shoals Wind is due to come online in 2019, and you see that takes a little bit of a dip. Moving forward, the plans that we have that the board has made a resolution on is to move North Omaha Units 4 and 5 to be fuel switched to gas from coal in the 2023 timeframe. So by beginning of 2024, you'll see another dip. It also shows you that this is not a slam dunk. This is hard work. These are decisions that we'll make. These are big decisions that we make. But it really goes to the three key levers that we have is what is our resource mix? What does that look like going forward? How do we operate and maintain these units is key to this. And then also the addition of renewables that we bring online. So as I indicated to the PI committee, I really felt like this was a more holistic view of the levers and how it really represents what we're doing at OPPD to be good stewards of the environment. Can you go to the next slide? I also, at the request of Director Moody, put together this comparison chart, which shows what the difference is between just looking at percent renewables versus looking at a carbon intensity goal. Again, the addition of renewables would show you that, yes, we are indeed bringing on renewables, and that as we move forward into the future, our projection as we get into the Shoals Wind coming online in 2019 is that we'll be about 40% renewables. But it doesn't show you the other levers that we have to be good and stewards of the environment. And so that was why we made the recommendation from senior management to the PI committee that carbon intensity over time would really be a better metric for us to be following and monitoring going forward. it brings in the key accountabilities that I believe we need to have within the district to make sure that we're good stewards of the environment. So with that, any questions on the two graphs?
If there are no questions, we'll move.
Whoops.
Questions here. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, we talked about this offline, but I want to ask it now. The IRP that we have recommends us, and that's an IRP, it's a plan, it's not concrete, that will be at 50% renewable. And so let me back up. I want to confirm a couple things. Blue line, that's percent of renewables of retail, right? So it
Correct.
excludes off-system. And I also want to confirm that the CO2 intensity number is all CO2 over total megawatt hours, right? So it includes both retail and off-system. Is that correct?
Right, it includes, and I'll just read this so that we understand. It says it includes purchase power agreements, the generation supplied from non-owned resources such as wind, solar, and hydro, and subcontracts purchase power contractually through other entities. So it does include all of our net generation, and it is CO2 divided by that total generation.
So it's an all-inclusive metric, okay. Other question about the CO2 number, is that, does it measure all greenhouse gases and migrate them into a CO2 number, or is it a CO2 equivalency, or is it?
No,
Sorry, that's a detailed question, but there's, what,
just-
6 different greenhouse gases?
It's just,
CO2?
It doesn't measure CO2 equivalent, so it wouldn't contain methane and some of the others that you might be familiar with that could be accounted for that. But what I would say is the power plant production of carbon dioxide far outweighs what we would have on any methane anyway. So even if we did account for that, I don't think that it would account to much, but we don't using the protocol that's provided.
And so
and I want to
maybe
be,
you could summarize what the protocol is.
careful about why we chose that is because
Yes.
the protocol is a national metric, right? It's put out by the greenhouse reporting methodology, and it is a climate registry electric power sector protocol. So we wanted to have something that was comparable. We didn't want to go off and do something different that we couldn't measure the differences between us and our neighbors.
So how is that used? It's a protocol, but how is that number used?
I believe that number is used as defined up here on the carbon intensity over time. I believe that it is a metric that speaks to the actions that we can take in order to provide certainty to the Board of Directors that we are being good stewards of the environment.
But, I mean, the protocol is set up for the climate registry, right? So people that use that report to the climate registry aren't reporting an intensity.
Well, I will say that our customer owners are interested in that. We report this out to our industrial customers, and they use that for their benefit to identify what their carbon footprint is as well.
And how might they report their climate footprint? As an intensity?
I don't know how they might do that. I think that's up to each individual industrial.
Yeah, my understanding is that those customers then use that ratio and calculate an actual carbon footprint, or carbon impact
For their business.
to the registry as, because their investors are interested in that.
Sure.
That's what customers are interested in.
I believe their customers are also interested in their environmental impact.
Yeah.
So Director Yoder, to your question, the protocol walks you through the methodology to collect the data, perform the calculation, and account for it properly. Every organization that is using a protocol, and it's not just an electric sector protocol, the climate registry also supplies a protocol for the oil and gas production industry, for local governments as well, and there are many local governments that participate because there are many organizations that have CO2 that is being emitted that they want to calculate. At the end of the calculation, what you get is a carbon intensity that then you can supply to those people that are using your electricity or using your services to be able to calculate what their footprint is if they want to try to control energy efficiency, let's say, behind the meter, to be able to control it, they have the ability to be able to do that. So it is used, it is a carbon intensity, it's tons of CO2 per hours of generation that are calculated that way, and
So that I know from looking at my utility bills, that I can calculate using this number, how much carbon I am actually using.
correct.
And when we're doing more wind, then we have a different number, and I have less carbon in my house that I'm actually emitting.
Correct.
So clarify for me, if you can, how carbon intensity actually has an impact. I mean, how would you connect the dots from the carbon intensity number to an environmental impact?
So as you try to reduce, so there's only one way to really reduce carbon emissions, right? Is not to emit them. If you're going to attenuate the carbon that is emitted, then what you can do is you can offset that by adding in elements that reduce that overall impact based on the power production that is occurring.
But for us as an entity, as OPPD, how can we say what our carbon impact is, or what the environmental impact is of our carbon use?
So this would be a component of this overall policy that we're talking about, which includes a component of the environmental, which is carbon emission into the environment, but it also includes other elements of other regulatory policies and practices that we are asking ourselves to hold ourselves as a minimum to meeting. So it's across a broad scale of kind of air, solids, waste, water, to Director Moody's point, internal waste, and whether that would be landfill waste or whatever that may be, or internal use of products that are better for the environment than others. So this is an element of that emission of our power plants that we're trying to essentially say, listen, we're going to reduce this over a period of time.
So let me try it a different way. So I'm struggling here. If I was to say that our carbon intensity today is X, or our carbon output today is Y, and that changes over time, someone who wants to know how much carbon output there is actually has to do a calculation with the intensity to figure it out. How much electricity did we generate, or how much electricity did they use?
Sure.
And you actually have to do a calculation. Pure and simple, is it easier to understand carbon, tons of carbon emitted, or carbon intensity?
And that's your,
Can I?
good question.
You're asking, is it easier to understand the one variable or a formula? And I would say it's easier to understand the one variable. My point, I think, my contribution here is that were it not for our mandate to provide energy services to our customer owners,
Okay.
we would not be operating any plants. We would not be emitting any carbon. We would not exist here. So the reason that the link between the carbon emission and megawatts in our megawatt hour in our fleet has to do necessarily with the reason why we're emitting. It's because we have to provide megawatt hours, and the technology that existed back in the day and that exists today has some combination of carbon emitting technologies. Going back to something that Director Moody mentioned that I contributed to the conversation is the policy, the way we structure the policy, in my personal opinion, has to be one that makes sense to us. It's how can I, as a manager of this organization, act on decisions that we have coming forward in a way that looks at lower emissions of carbon. So for example, in this case, if I can link the emissions of carbon with the fleet that we have to serve our population, it would give me a lot more direction to say, as our population grows, as our load grows, and as we consider adding more generation resources, I need to keep an eye on that carbon emissions to make sure that carbon intensity goes down. Again, going back to your point, if it were just carbon emissions, tons of carbon emissions, without any relativity on why is it that we're producing that carbon, it wouldn't necessarily add much to the direction of the organization. You can have carbon emissions that are dropping, but could be that our load is also dropping significantly. And you would have, for these to make sense to us as a utility, this is my opinion, you have to link the element that we're trying to mitigate, which in this case is carbon, with the reason why we're emitting it, which is, in this case, we're approximating it with megawatt hours. And as our megawatt hours continue to grow, if we can demonstrate and if we can look at ways to serve that additional load with less carbon emissions, that to me is something that would tell our customer owners, you're doing a fantastic work. You're serving more with less emissions. It's not just the less emissions, it's the less emissions because you're serving more or the same.
So
Does that make
directly to that point, then, it sounds like we're, by using intensity, by using the ratio, showing some production or costs, which is what you're talking about, when you start talking about why we're here, we're starting to conflate SD2 with SD7.
This is not, I did not mention any cost. I mentioned megawatt hours produced and carbon intensity.
Well,
In no way did I ever mention how much does it cost us. It's our mandate to serve megawatt hours so that we can turn on a switch and our customers can have electricity.
how much production we have.
Correct.
It's really
Regardless of the cost.
Right. So,
It's really about the load that we're required to serve, right? We haven't obligated through legislation to serve our load. And how we serve that load matters. I think that as you look at the slide, it tells you how we serve our load matters.
We're going to get back to the whole, how we serve our load and the relationship of this. Right now, we'd like everybody to go downstairs for the Veteran Wall of Honor dedication, and we'll take a break.
okay.
Load versus, increasing load versus decreasing carbon or maintaining.
No, I think it's.
This is the exact conversation.
Okay, I'll try to find her here in the next couple days.
Formidable negotiators, doing a lot of the work, which is kind of.
I'll check it out.
I just write them started there. I mean, Lisa would bring. Not all of them. Yeah, if you get anything else that pops up.
All right, thanks, man. All right.
How you doing, Mark? Good to see you.
Yeah, right?
We got Thursday, and then we meet after, right? Yeah. Sounds good. That'll be good. Very cool. All right, here we go. Got it? Got a file break? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. That's good. No. Hi. Yeah, I'm doing just great. I might need coffee. I might need coffee. Maybe not. We invited Chris to come out.
Do you want coffee? I can get you some.
No, I'll walk over and.
Okay.
Now we are going to refocus actually on the policy itself, and we're going to go back to our facilitator, Scott Foch.
Great.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you very much, Director McGuire. So I think we've begun to get a feeling of how quickly and easily it is to move from a clarity discussion into some of the passion that underlies the need for clarity, so that we as an organization can be very clear through board policy what it is that's being asked of us and that we can execute into that. So what I'm going to do is highlight kind of the obvious here for a second, and that is this is a red line version of of the policy. Basically, the policy has been really rewritten in most aspects for consideration here. The parts that actually stayed the same are the font where it's listed in black. So I thought it would be important for us to talk a bit really high level about the policy. The questions really are, is there anything else that requires clarity? Just, I don't understand what that means. Can you help me understand what that means? I'm not debating the merits of what that means, but just help me understand what that was intended to say. The next question really for us to ask ourselves is, what do I like? What feels good about this current policy? The next question really is, what do I find challenging? The goal of this conversation is to really discern one of two directions to go. One is as a committee, as a board, are you comfortable with moving this forward at some point today for public consideration? Or is there enough discussion that's happening, the consensus awareness around the board isn't quite there yet? Let's move it back into committee for further discussion. So that's really the decision point today through this conversation. And that will also then allow for us to identify, the questions will allow us to identify the points that really require additional discussion, and those where there seems to be some general level of agreement. Because it's been a while since I read that table back and forth, and because it is kind of the pattern of this board, in a good way, I think it would be helpful if we actually go around and read the policy out loud, kind of paragraph by paragraph. And Director Gay, if you would, we'll start with you. Yes, please.
Managing its interactions with the environment is essential to OPPD's ability to serve customers, create value for stakeholders, and contribute to the well-being of its employees and communities it serves. OPPD is committed to operate in an environmentally responsible manner and to strive for the continuous improvement of its environmental performance.
Therefore, OPPD shall conduct its business in a manner that, at a minimum, meets all environmental regulatory standards. Can I tighten that up? Or do you want me to hold comments?
If you would hold.
All right, I'll wait.
OPPD shall demonstrate accountability and transparency by measuring and reporting its environmental performance in support of applicable regulatory standards.
Pursue a long-term goal of 20% reduction in carbon intensity from 2010 through 2030, as measured by the Climate Registry Electric Power Sector Protocol.
Develop and deliver innovative energy products, programs, and services that help customers achieve their environmental goals.
Develop and deliver innovative energy projects, programs, and services to help customers achieve their environmental goals.
It was so good.
Hey, that was me.
Oh, okay. Participate and provide leadership in the development of national, state, and regional environmental policies and initiatives that support OPPD's mission.
Manage internal operations to promote the efficient use of resources and minimize environmental impact.
Great. Thank you. So the first question, are there any points that just, it's not really clear what this means? All right, so, okay.
Have to mull it over a little bit. So innovative can mean new to a market, where it may not be innovative from a technical standpoint, kind of state of the research, state of the practice, state of the market. So all of that would be included with innovative, I'm
Yes.
guessing?
Yes, I would say,
Oh, I'm sorry, it's develop and deliver innovative energy products, programs, and services. Thank you for asking.
I think the intention is that the bumpers in the bowling alley are wide enough.
Okay.
That it addresses what it needs to, without being too confining in terms of what it's intended to restrict. Good. Any other clarity discussion?
Back on bullet 1, which I had the privilege of reading, I would like to scratch at a minimum meets and say that complies with.
If we hold on to that?
Yeah.
Thank you. I will note that. We'll come back to it after the
He's
second
facilitating.
question.
Yeah, I can do.
Oh, no. I'm trying.
So am I.
That's good. So the point here is there's clarity in understanding what's.
Let me ask one question on the second bullet. I realize I should know this because I was involved in a few conversations, but help me understand the in support of applicable regulatory standards on the second bullet.
Absolutely.
That's a
I
good
Mary,
understand
you
the first part,
Oh.
but
Of course, I apologize as I'm asking Mary. She's occupied. I can ask Russ to, yeah.
Sorry. So Director Moody, what I would say that the difference between those two is, obviously we need to meet all of the standards that are promulgated by the regulatory agencies that we need to comply with. So that's kind of bullet 1 in its essence. In bullet 2, I think what it does is dive in a little bit deeper, right? Mm-hmm. And we're talking words like accountability and transparency. Mm-hmm. And so not only do we need to meet them, but we need to collect some information. We need to report that back out. We need to be able to provide information and answer questions that come to us as well. So the first one's kind of at that high level of just meeting them all. The next one's, I think, compiling the kind of information and having metrics and measurements that we report back out to demonstrate that as well.
okay. So let me ask another clarifying question. I think the thing that caught me off guard was the in support of applicable regulatory standards. So what I'm hoping is that when we demonstrate accountability and transparency by measuring and reporting our environmental performance, it's not only limited to applicable regulatory standards. Does that make sense?
But within,
That we're reporting on environmental performance that may not have any sort of basis in regulatory standards.
So the example may be some of the internal
Yes.
environmental work that we may be doing within the organization, within the buildings, within our facilities, within our procurement, within a number of different things that.
The pollinator gardens, I mean,
Sure.
that kind of stuff.
That kind of
Exactly.
stuff, yes.
Reporting that we did last month on SD7, we'll continue to track and monitor those internal programs that we have, like our recycling, like our help me out here, Lisa.
Progress in the
Oh,
prairies.
the pollinator program, those sorts of things. So that will not go away as a result of this. We're saying that will be inclusive of what we're doing here.
Thank you.
Good. Any other clarifying questions? So with clarity, we move to really the next question, and that is, what is it that you particularly like about this policy? And we'll kind of go with the first part, and the general notion is, the rule, if I can evoke it, is that there's the notion of silence equals some consent or support. It's not that we have to come up or manufacture statements. It's really an issue of, if there is support, then there's perhaps a comment could be made, or silence would be an equally acceptable answer. But I think it's important to know kind of where we stand, that silence does equal some level of general liking, I suppose, is what I'm trying to get at. We'll come to the second part, which is what don't you like, and that will provide an opportunity to express that more specifically. So, yes.
On the first part, my silence is because I was a member of the committee and I like what we produced for you. But what I also like about this is I thought there was a balance in the committee members. Director Kavanaugh is not here today, but there's a balance of give and take on a lot of these issues. Some people would have liked to see a lot more. some a lot less, but I thought there was a balance, and there is a balance through here. I won't remember every single little conversation we had, but, you know, when it comes to regulatory or whatever. But I was pleased with that, so that's why, you know, I'm shutting up pretty much, because I agree with most of what we've got here is a good compromise.
Great. Thank you.
So, yeah.
Director Trinan, any comments about what you?
I like how concise it is, and I focus on these things. I focus on the verbs: conduct, demonstrate, pursue, develop and deliver, participate and provide, and manage. So it's 6 salient points. I think it's crisp. I like it.
Great, thank you. Director Moody.
I stated some of the things that I liked earlier about the transition we made from the current version to this proposed version. The other thing that I would say is that I think we beefed up sort of the sort of high-level thoughts in the opening paragraph, which I think was important, and in particular, to strive for the continuous improvement of its environmental performance, which is sort of a nod to saying its connection to our values, right? We're going to continually improve, and I thought that was important to include as well.
Thank you. Director McGuire.
I concur with Mr. Moody and Mr. Gay. And, you know, I think we did have compromises in this. We had a lot of discussion, and thanks to the backing of all the management, Russ Baker and everything that gave us facts with it, and I'm very happy with it.
Thank you. Director Mines.
Yeah, you know, now that I understand where we're coming from on 20% reduction in carbon intensity, I found it without your input, that I didn't understand what in the world that meant. And I'm not sure our customers know about it, which means they don't care about it generally. But if that's the measurement that we want to use, I'm very comfortable with it.
Thank you. Director Barrett.
I'm comfortable with it. I think it's crisp, concise, refreshing.
Director Yoder, what do you like about it?
I like many things about it. What I like is the work that's been done already by the people who've brought this to us. It's really teed us up for a good, deep conversation. I think the opening paragraph's good, and I like bullets 2, 4, and 6. Mostly.
Thank you. All right. Now we get to move into a little bit more robust conversation. And we'll go around, actually, as well. In terms of what do you find particularly challenging, or is there anything that you don't like and would like to be opened up for more board conversation? And we'll go around and circle again just to help ensure order. Director Gay, is there anything?
As I said, I'm comfortable, and I'm open to whatever happens discussion, to look forward to that.
Director Trinan. I think bullet
1. I don't think you
bullet
meet regulations. I think you comply with them. I think it's a different verb. And I think at a minimum, just adds confusion. So
in terms of where you are with it, it would be conduct its business in a manner that complies with all environmental regulatory standards.
yeah, and I would probably even add the qualifier applicable environmental regulatory standards.
Great. Thank you. Anything else? Director Moody.
You good?
I'm good.
It's to me, it's the metric and the goal. I think that's something where we should obviously spend some time talking.
Great. I have a feeling we'll come back around to that as we go around the circle, so thank you.
Number 3.
Director Gay.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Director McGuire. As I'm looking at you and I'm referring to.
I think we also, I am concerned that the public's not going to understand the 20% reduction in carbon intensity. And I think, I like it, I am for it, but I think we're going to have to really explain it to the public and explain the difference between carbon and carbon intensity, and what the difference is, and how carbon intensity is much more applicable to OPPD as far as measurement.
Thank you. Director
I
Mines.
agree, and I like it.
Director Barrett.
I think if you don't change it to complies with, I think Director Trinan's going to bust a gasket.
I'm happy. I've said my piece.
Director Yoder.
Well, we can continue the discussion on the 20% reduction of or the use of the measure carbon intensity. I think it brings in unnecessary confusion. It is open to ambiguity in terms of interpretation of our performance, honestly. And I think we need to be open and transparent in the carbon impact that we have, just as we are with all of the other environmental reports that we have. We don't do SOx intensity or NOx intensity or PM 2.5 intensity. We do amount emitted. The first one, I must be doing a really bad job. When I first came here, Tim was talking about best in class, and I mentioned, that those who are best in class do beyond compliance. And so I think that's honestly where best in class companies are. And as leadership, that might be something we would push for. I don't know that we go out, come home at the end of the day and say, I didn't get a speeding ticket, I didn't assault anybody, I met all the laws. But then that's that busting a gasket thing. So, and then the last one, participate 2, 4, 5 there, participate and provide leadership. I struggle with the structural issue that we have where we are managing the regulations. We are providing strong input into the regulations we comply. Without, this goes to the leadership and our delegation of authority to the CEO on how do we manage the laws and regulations. So if we're setting up a rule that we're happy to comply with, there's a tension there. We should be active there, but I just struggle with how those two relate to each other. So those are kind of my big issues.
So to reconfirm, this first bullet, there's some need for discussion. This third bullet, there's some need for discussion, and there's fifth bullet, there's some need for discussion. I think what we'll want to do, is tee up one of these for discussion. We may have an opportunity where it goes. I don't know if the question that we really need to resolve today is this ready to go in for public review and comment, or to go back in committee. Maybe the question to raise right now is, knowing that there's 3 points that require additional discussion, would it make sense to pull it back into committee, and for those that really have a passion around each of those bullets or changes to be able to surface that, or shall we begin to have the conversation here?
I think the committee, we got the conversation here. Otherwise, we're just
If this goes back to committee, I'm not sure what to change without
Yeah,
having a
this
conversation
is our best
about it
effort
first.
so far.
Okay, good.
Committee's an echo chamber.
Any other thought?
Yeah.
Just as good.
Then I think the main one is the carbon versus, if, and Mary was in that conversation before we pulled it before, if we can continue that difference between, what's the difference in the metric as far as carbon versus carbon intensity and this, and then also why we didn't use renewable energy. I think that needs to be discussed in public so the public understands it.
Can I ask a question, Rick?
Sure.
I'm trying to get my mind wrapped around your issue with the carbon intensity. Would it make sense to, you want to disclose gross tonnage numbers?
Yep.
But would it make sense to say we emitted 200,000 tons of CO2, which equals this level of carbon intensity? I mean, would it be better to give both so there's some perspective to it? Or this is down, that's down 3% from a year ago, or up 2% from a year? I mean, to me, just hearing a tonnage number is, I can't wrap my mind around that.
So it has some issues too, and I think there is benefit in providing fuller context by offering both numbers, sure.
Okay.
So the other thing that I would add, based on our discussion in the committee, is that we never assumed that we would stop reporting on percentage renewables.
Yeah.
I think we
No.
were just
Yeah.
trying to figure out what is sort of, if we want to hold up a metric, what is the one in which we really want to focus on, while continuing to report on percentage renewables. I agree with you that sharing that number, it's an equation, and it's got a numerator and denominator. Both are known, both are publicly available, if I remember correctly.
And we'll have that,
anyway.
we'll have that reported
So it's just a
anyway.
matter
Sure, but it's not
We're gonna be having that reported anyway.
transparent necessarily, as laid out now.
But
Yes,
it's a
they're both
metric.
known, but someone has to do a calculation. I mean, if we're writing, I learned years ago, and the rules probably changed, that if you're writing an article for the newspaper, you're writing it at an 8th grade level, maybe. And so, assuming people know what that number means is a big leap. And so having, I think, Director Trinan's comment to have both those numbers makes it better.
Yep.
With some kind of actually graphical representation of trends over time, I think makes it better.
Well, if we can then go back to Scott and Mary on this, as far as presentation, if we still have the carbon intensity, then when we present this, we'll also have the carbon in there too. But Mary, can you explain to us again the relationship of load and renewables and coal and everything else, and why it's so important, and why you think it's important for us to use this?
I think it's important for us to recognize the decisions that get made at the senior management and the board of directors level. If we go back to the slide that shows the carbon intensity, those decisions all came to the board of directors. All of those decisions were made public, and what I don't think you see is if you're just putting out carbon, the carbon numbers, the total number of carbon numbers don't vary a whole lot in relation to these decisions. What varies is the intensity. And so as we bring on added load, we know that Facebook load is out there. It's due to come on in 2019. As we try to source that with carbon-free generation, there's no recognition of that if we're just reporting total tons. And so total tons doesn't take into account a holistic view of the decisions that are being made, nor the levers that we're using to manage the carbon intensity footprint of the district. And so that's why we made the recommendation that we move to a carbon intensity number. I think to the point that's been made already, the total tons of carbon is out there, total tons of NOx, total tons of SO2 are all out there and available publicly. It's not something that we don't report on with transparency. I do think what we miss, though, is how are we going to be held accountable for the decisions that we made by just total tons when we're not changing those necessarily, but as we bring on new load, and as we have to, as I think Javier was pointing out before he had to leave, was that as we bring in new load, we are obligated to serve that load, and how we serve that load is important. And I think that's the lever, or that's the discussion that gets missed as we move forward if we don't have a metric like this that shows that.
And then I think part of this, these are directional goals, not specific, okay, we're gonna do this. And it is unfortunate Javier's gone right now because he's put a lot of input into this. With what we're doing here, the decisions you make, and I talked to Director Booty about this, as Mary said too, those decisions we're making all the time, you don't know what they're gonna be. And we don't wanna come back and change this every year, every month, whatever the whim may be. So everybody gets to decide on that. This morning we were talking about directional goals or big decisions you get. They come about 4 times a year. When they come, whatever we're gonna do on our generation plan, that you'll get input into that. So I think these are guidelines, the way we kind of drafted this, that it will set that up. I'm sure you as board member, you're gonna have always questioning. That's part of our duty, to ask questions where we're going. The public watches the meetings if they're interested or not, and they pay attention that way. But I think this was a good compromise of where we're at, that senior managers can could work with, that we felt comfortable with going forward, and it starts measuring that carbon output. So it's just a better measurement, a flexible
Yeah.
measurement.
I find the measurement ambiguous. I find it ambiguous. You could have, as Mary points out, you could have a flat load where your carbon is the same. Add a combined cycle gas, your carbon would go up, and your carbon intensity could conceivably go down while your carbon emitted goes up, because your wind generation and solar and whatever has increased so much more. True? Could happen. Yeah.
So we would have to bring on a new generating source that produced carbon, which, if we were going to do that, again, would be a board decision and would be reflected on here. Whereas if we just put it in terms of total carbon, if we bring on a gas, it's so minor compared to what gets put out by our coal units today that you wouldn't even see it. It would be a blip. And so I think to be fair, what we're showing is what our generation fleet looks like today. And I think that we're trying to do it in a transparent way. We're also trying to ensure that as we make decisions going forward, that we take this into consideration and we show the effect of that. Having to bring on another generating source would mean that we have added load. And so you see both options there, right? You see the numerator perhaps going up depending on the generation source or not. And you see the denominator, the load that we're serving, trying to serve the load that we're obligated to serve.
And to serve our customers, to serve those who see this stuff, it's not just communication to management. I think we need clear, unambiguous metrics. And so if we got a ratio, it's not that.
Well,
Doing both is fine.
But again, what we're saying is, when you have to make the decisions, the actual decisions, it's 8 people deciding what decisions we're gonna make. So I think the flexibility, you're still gonna be around to make those. You call it ambiguous, I call it directional. I'm just saying, when we're saying these things, we don't know what will be, let them measure it. But in the back of our mind, we're going towards pursuing the long-term goal of that. I assume when we make a decision, somebody will ask the question, what's this do to our carbon output, or to this particular situation, I guess. I don't understand what you're saying as far as, well, it has to be set in stone at this level. Is that kind of?
No, I'm not saying it has to be set in stone at that level. I'm arguing with the measurement. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I want to add my little thing here. First of all, I want to point out, if you look at that graph, our carbon intensity has decreased. And we're asking everybody else in those coal units to work really hard to decrease that even more. I think this carbon intensity goal also puts pressure when management looks. We're going to have increased load, there's no doubt about it. And when management looks at that load, they're not going to look for something carbon, they're going to look for something renewable. That's their first thing, because they want to maintain that carbon intensity. So I look to this as
Well,
our.
we want to reduce
we want
this
to-
carbon
We want to
intensity.
decrease the
Might
carbon
be
intensity.
lower carbon intensity like gas.
Lower carbon intensity, maybe gas or whatever, if we take something else out. We have the flexibility to do that, to look at either renewable or something else. We're always looking at decreasing that carbon intensity.
But just a few years ago, our load was flat. We weren't talking about any increased load. So if you want the increased load, which means, in my mind, just my mind, economic benefits to the community or whatever, that's a different decision than we had 2 or 3 years ago when we were saying, oh, the load's gonna stay flat for the
And
ongoing future.
now the load's not flat.
Increased load, in my mind.
Well, it's still relatively flat. I mean, you may add
Yeah.
X amount of megawatts, but we're still seeing, I mean,
Energy.
even if you look out, we are seeing marginal, still in the 1%. I look at Brad to give me a nod here, still in this marginal 1% increase over some period of time, because we're seeing
Energy
the
efficiency.
continual pressure on energy efficiency that's going on with technology and a variety of other things. So we still don't see significant load usage over longer periods of time. We may see some customers that create some load impacts to us, but we still see the impact of energy conservation occurring in our service territory. That's just part of the process of new technologies and energy efficiency and some of the things that we're doing, so.
So setting aside I still want to have a conversation about the goal, but we'll get to that in a minute. I think we're talking about the metric. And I think there are two issues that I feel are creating, one of the challenges you said is you feel like it's an ambiguous goal, or a metric. So that's one. I don't fully agree with that, but I do 100% agree that it's going to be difficult for us to communicate to the public what it is.
That's the biggest problem.
And part of the reason that, so there's that, and I think on the other side, could you go to the next graph, Scott, please? Part of the reason I was interested in looking more at a carbon-based metric, whether that's an intensity metric or total tons or whatever it might be, is because there's a relationship between a growth in renewables, but it's not an inverse relationship like we would expect, right? Because of all this, the activity at Fort Calhoun over the years. So, and I've read about other utilities who have experienced a growth in their renewables as a percentage of retail while seeing an increase in their emissions. So as I was thinking about that, the question on my mind is what's through the environmental stewardship lens, which is what we're talking about here, not economics, not reliability, not anything else, we're talking about stewardship. What's the higher level purpose for why we are migrating to renewables? And in my view, it's primarily about a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And there are other benefits to it, right? But through that lens, this to me is going to a carbon intensity metric or a carbon focus metric to me is compelling because to use the terminology you've used previously, Mary, it gives you other levers to pull. And we can see some of those up there today. They're the big ones, right? Like obviously taking plants on and offline, changing units from coal to gas are huge ways to do that. There are other ways in which we can do that, some of which you've articulated in the PI committee meetings. But I think it gets more tools in your toolbox to continue to think on a daily basis about how we can drive that number down. So that's for me was a big part of the reason why going away from a percentage of retail renewable to a carbon focused metric gives us more on the table for us to actually use to try and drive that number down. That was a big part of the reason. I understand, like the environment doesn't care what our intensity metric is. The environment only cares about how much CO2 we're putting into the air. And I get that. And we would love nothing more than continue to drive that number down. But I also understand that, to Tim's point, these decisions are made on a month-by-month, quarter-by-quarter basis when these things are brought to us. And what I'm hoping, though, is that as those decisions are brought to us, going in this direction really threads into the decision-making process that management has before you bring something to us, right? Because usually when something's brought, there's a little bit on the edges that we can do as a board, but we're kind of voting up or down based on what management is bringing. And I think like getting this right, it makes sure that we're pushing early on so that what is brought to us for an up or down vote is going to be something that's stronger.
That's the entire reason why we have policies. We direct management to do something, give it to management, and they take over.
Any other comments or reflections?
Can I ask another clarification question? And I don't want to relive all of the PI discussions, but I do think one that's important is, we've talked about some of the levers. Can you just give a few examples of some of the other things that, beyond what's up there today, what are some of the other things that we can be doing? What levers can you pull in order to drive this down? Just as examples, not that we're going to do anything tomorrow, but I'm trying to get a flavor for that.
Well, I think if we look at, and we're seeing that sort of play out in the national level today, is if we can improve the efficiency of our units, if we can improve the heat rate of our units, then we're actually producing more with less emissions because we're doing that at a better heat rate. So I think that's one lever that's kind of being played out in the public today, and whether or not that's going to be acceptable going forward. So in terms of the efficiency of our plants, as we operate those units, it becomes, and I want to sort of pause here. I think that a goal like this does speak to our employees at Nebraska City and North Omaha, in terms of being an environmental steward. I think they feel strongly about that, even as they go through their daily work. But it's something like that that I think that could have an effect on actually the tonnage of carbon that gets emitted. So it would be things like that that we would be looking at. Can we more efficiently operate these units with less emissions? And that will help. Obviously, there's not a whole lot that we can do in terms of the operations, but I do think in terms of sourcing generation going forward, it is a consideration. It should be a consideration as to how we meet this SD and this metric in particular as we go through our deliberations as a senior management team. And so to your point, I think we do look at that, and it is something that as we present an option, whether that be through resource planning or early you mentioned our IRP, it's going to be a lens that is going to direct us in terms of how we move forward.
Thank you. Let me ask a couple questions. So I'm going to assume that, to your point, Tim, as our customers become more efficient, that's fewer kilowatt hours we've got to provide, which means it's less potential runtime for some of our coal units, as an example, right? So that theoretically could be a lever that could affect all of our customers. Help me understand, and I don't want to go into too deep of a dive here, but we've got coal plants that we run rather consistently to provide most of our base load. We've got some natural gas units up in North Omaha that kind of run in a peaking capacity primarily. Help me understand whether or not this strategic directive would influence the frequency with which we run a natural gas unit versus a coal unit to meet our retail needs.
So again, some of the things that we do with our coal units is in the evening as the load goes down, we'll ramp our units down. So again, we're producing less. And so that's one of the things that we look at. But as we look at the system on a day-to-day basis and we match the load at any moment in time, and we match our generation at any moment in time, we look at the economics of how we put our units into the marketplace. And so as we look at our baseload units, they really are baseload, right? They provide a consistent measure of generation that we need in order to meet that load at any time. Our peaking units are really that. They're peaking units. So we bring them on when we see high levels of load requirements coming from our customers. Typically, our peak is on a very hot summer day. It will build over the week, so towards the end of the week is probably higher than in the beginning of the week. And as we see that, we bring on our peaking units. Our peaking units, really our gas units, are more efficient. So when you talk about units 1, 2, and 3 at North Omaha, they're really there for capacity as opposed to energy. And so as we meet our energy load out in the marketplace, we typically will bring on our gas units in order to meet that load. I don't know if that answered your question or not.
Same question, and move from the day-to-day market to the long-term view. What would the SD7 directive have to do with the plans for units 4 and 5 up in North Oak?
I think that's on here, right? We say we're going to fuel switch them, which is a board resolution, a previous board resolution, fuel switch them over to gas at the end of 2023.
Or any future generation discussions?
And I think any future generation, again, as we look at all the SDs, we have to take all of that into account, right? We're going to look at rates, we're going to look at a 5-year freeze, we're going to look at stakeholder input, we're going to look at all of that, including SD7, reliability, resiliency.
Support the system.
All of those things come into play, and that's the why we have all of the SDs that we have. It's that balance that we're trying to create.
Okay, I added on to where you were going. Did you want to?
I want to revisit it. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Tim.
No, I think to be very clear, I mean, I'm not sure we would change a day-to-day, hour-to-hour based on this. I think it's really meant to be directional about what that would look like, and to be very clear about it. And again, I think it's easy to look at this in a very clear SD7 kind of piece. Man, we around the senior management table don't have the luxury to look at any one independently, right? We have to look at them as a system and to balance them across that whole system from how does this impact our customer satisfaction, right? To improving our carbon intensity. How does it impact our employee relations? How does it impact our reliability? Yep. You know, I heard for 2 days this weekend around NERC and FERC related issues around frequency concerns and even greater concerns around the movement to wind energy in the marketplace, very clearly. So this is an issue that will, just like the Clean Power Plan or the new plan, you know, that was addressed a couple weeks ago in response to that, there'll be something else that will come about frequency-related issues that we have to address every single day, and hour, and second, not month, not year. Every half cycle we have to address in our system. And that will change the way we look at things very clearly. And that will be a regulatory policy that we'll have to measure and be transparent about and all those kinds of things. So I mean, to me, what this says for future generation, you know, you can't build a coal plant today, right? Now, I don't know if those regulations are going to change or not. My guess is that will be a tough road to kind of claw back and get. But it does make us begin to think about are there other alternatives that we ought to consider for a variety of different reasons, including the things I just said, from a rates perspective, a reliability perspective, from a carbon intensity perspective, to really a system perspective, that I think you will see us use this as just one of the filters before we make a recommendation to this board.
Director Moody, did you want to follow up?
I'm good.
All right, so shifting slightly, you know, we all come to this discussion with our own backgrounds. And certainly my background, I have a different lens than other folks do. And that's what makes us strong as a board, and I'm happy for that. What I know about bullet number 1 is that those regulations are put in place by an agency that has a mantra, a mission, to reduce risk to human health and the environment. That's their mission, reduce risk to human health and the environment. And when we talk about emissions, we know that there is risk that comes along with particulate matter, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen oxide to the surrounding community. And we can, using different tools, we can quantify that risk. And so I struggle, you said we aren't going to talk about these others, and yet I think, or it's not part of this carbon, but the immediate, the near term, the one that's already regulated is the risk to human health and the environment. And we don't talk about that. We don't share that measure. And so that would be another measure that I would provide for discussion. That we can talk about changes based on our choice of fuel in mortality, chronic bronchitis, heart attacks, work days lost to the local economy. I mean, there's local economic impact due to this that is calculable by tools that are out there. And one more thing, we've been doing better. That's what gets me. We've been doing so much better over the years at reducing that risk, and I would like to celebrate that and recognize the measure and say we're doing better.
I don't disagree with that. What I disagree with is it's the tool that you provided, and I read it, purports to calculate that. I don't think it can, in any stretch, actually calculate those risks.
It's a screening tool.
It's
a screening tool.
It purports that, so I mean, it's an estimation. It's a computer model. So
as are all of our models for our air model emissions. I mean, everything we've got is based on the model.
But I think, but this as an example, as the metric that this committee has talked about, as this reduces, so will all those other elements that you just spoke of
Except
will
that
reduce.
carbon intensity will not reduce it. Carbon will.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but in my mind, it's the long view, right? That in order to have this intensity reduce over a period of time, as we begin to think about alternative generating that we may need to support capacity and load, we will take that into consideration in order to meet this. We are gonna have to make changes in how we maybe have traditionally looked at capacity additions and load additions and improvements that, we are not able to make in our power plants today because of other rules and regulations that butt up against that, where you can't make improvements to reduce or improve your heat rate because it triggers some other violation of a regulation. Now the regulation today may allow us to do that, to improve our heat rate, to do capital investments and changes, to improve our heat rate, then to reduce our carbon generation, even though we're not reducing our load, so to speak. So,
I've been thinking here a bit about the argument between tons of carbon and carbon intensity, and it reminds me of a conversation that I had with our CFO, Javier Fernandez, recently around avoided cost.
Mm-hmm.
And I see tons of carbon and carbon intensity to be the same sort of situation, in that, I made the point to Javier, if I am proactive and I do maintenance and I go through the facilities today and I am putting money in to those facilities to avoid a much larger issue later on, then I am avoiding that cost coming up. The same situation, I think, with carbon intensity. If I'm looking at carbon intensity and I'm actually driving that intensity down, it's that avoided addition of carbon in tonnage that is showing up in the carbon intensity graph, but not showing up in the total tons of carbon. How I serve that load or how I spend that money is an important conversation to have. And to have that be open and transparent, I think, is an important metric, not only for myself, but for the employees that work at these plants. So I think this is a very actionable metric that I think is important for not only senior management, but the employees at North Omaha and Nebraska City.
Is it reachable? Can we reach this goal?
Well, hold on.
To me, it's a stretch.
I want to have that conversation.
I want that answer. Is it reachable? Is this goal attainable?
I think there's lots of issues out there that could move it in one direction or another. I think by putting a spotlight on it and shining on it, I always believe that people will meet it, and that they'll find a way to meet it. They'll be looking for ways to meet it. If we don't shine a spotlight on it, then I don't think we get the response that we want. So is it attainable by 2030? I feel fairly confident that we can get there. I question, are we going to be able to make the necessary decisions to get us there? They're going to be difficult decisions, right? It's not something that's going to be easily attainable. I think it is a stretch goal for us.
And is it an affordable option?
I think that's why it's a stretch goal, right? We can't just come in, as Tim was saying earlier, we just can't come in with a recommendation that only looks at SD7. I have to look at the resiliency of the system. I have to look at the reliability of the system. I have to ensure that I'm meeting my obligation to serve the community. I think what gets lost in many of these conversations is, yes, there are emissions that are going out there, and yes, there are people that could be having health effects associated with that. what's missing is there's lots of benefits, right? If I don't have electricity available to the hospitals that are out there, or to, this room, or to anybody else, I think what gets lost in this is also the benefit that is on the other side of that coin.
So also, I think that we discussed, correct me if I'm wrong, timeframes of these things. Part of the arguments that were made were, again, you're gonna be involved, board members are involved in these decisions going forward. They could be tough. We may decide though, no, it just doesn't, when you weigh everything in, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, we still wanna go there, but not on this one. But maybe on this one we do. So keep the flexibility for the board. If you don't have that, that's what the big concern was, I think, of, so this is a compromise, I thought, of that.
Yes, it is.
It is a compromise.
So, a couple questions. So now that we're talking about the goal, first I want to give. And I think Mary, you talked about this in the PI meeting, but can you give us some clarity about where that goal, that number came from, what it's based in?
Sure. The reason that we picked the number that we did was, as we went through the decision at Fort Calhoun, the Clean Power Plan was in effect, and we were looking at ways to meet the Clean Power Plan. The goal that we've put out there at 2030 is the goal that was in the Clean Power Plan. So the reduction, the 20% below by 2030, was to meet the Clean Power Plan originally. As we looked at this, we thought that was still a goal that we wanted to continue forward with. So it had the basis in that. Now that the Clean Power Plan is no longer applicable, we wanted to go ahead and leave the goal in place.
Okay.
Thank you. I think that's a very important point to take.
Couple other questions about the goal.
Can you move to language?
Go ahead.
Do we have any sense for where this metric, we talked on the phone about this, where this metric stands in relation to any of our peers? Part of the justification for using the climate registry was that it would be a number that we could use to compare it to other utilities. So do we have any sense for where we fall along that continuum?
Where's Russ?
Do you answer that?
That would be Russ.
So currently, that's a great question, and thank you for that, Director Moody. Currently, there's nobody in Nebraska that is using this particular climate registry and the protocol to calculate their carbon intensity factors. So I don't have a way of looking at any of our sister companies around here, but I do know that SMUD uses it, that Exelon Energy uses it, that Los Angeles Department of Water and Power is using it. New York Power Authority. There are many. Some of them are IOUs, some of them are public power that are using this particular protocol, and their information is available where we can look at it. We would have to do some deep analysis of each individual organization and use it off of EIA data or data that we could collect off the EPA website to make any assumptions on where they are. And I'm not even sure if that would be correct, because they may have purchase power agreements that aren't going to be reflective, that I can't consider like we can for OPPD.
So quick follow-up
Yep.
there. I only know SMUD, and so I don't know about the rest of them, but in fact, they don't use just that measure. They use total carbon as well.
Okay.
Just pointing it out.
So I think I heard you say we would have to do some deep analysis to ascertain what the carbon intensity is for those other peers, right? So does that mean that there's very little, if not no, publicly available information from other utilities about this particular metric?
So I would say yes, that's true, that there isn't very much. There are many different approaches to doing these kinds of calculations. A lot of them, as many of you have alluded to, were derived directly out of a Clean Power Plan, and looking at either kind of a mass approach or a rate approach to doing it. There are greenhouse gas reporting requirements that we do have, and we do fulfill those by reporting that. Environmental Protection Agency, EIA, DOE, FERC, NERC, they don't require us to take an extra step and do any additional analysis on what our fleet intensity factor is. They just have you collect kind of the raw data behind it. So right now, and because I think of its newness, relative newness, I think, at least in the public domain, there isn't a consistent approach that's standard across the whole United States or even across the whole planet on how to address this, how to calculate it. There are a lot of different ways of approaching it.
So a couple reactions to that. One, that presents an opportunity for us to participate and provide leadership in the development of something like that.
That's right, I think we're gonna do that.
And really what that means for me now as I think about that metric is we're really only comparing ourselves to ourselves, right? If there's not a whole lot out there, and if we're not gonna go through, and I'm not sure that I'm convinced we would need to go through the time and trouble and analysis to start to pull that information together on behalf of other utilities, then we're really only kind of looking at our baseline and saying, how do we compare versus.
I think it's more than that, right? It compares us to what the EPA thought was a reasonable metric for the 2030,
Sure.
right?
Sure.
And I think that's the key to the basis of why we came up with the metric that we did. Because there isn't a lot of other utilities out there that are, I wouldn't say measuring this, I think they're probably not publicizing it and being as transparent about it.
Okay.
Yeah, there are some utilities that are using this, but are taking out megawatts that are generated for the market.
And we're not doing that.
And we're not doing that.
Which I think
We're
is
all
much
in
more-
here.
much more
I think it's,
transparent.
well, and I think
I
it's
like
very
this.
clear. I think it's very clear. It's everything, to Director Yoder's point, it's everything that we omit
Yeah.
Everything, yeah.
on our system and that impact. And some are saying, well, I'm
retail.
X, well, but they're not including their wholesale
Yeah.
market above their load into the market.
Well,
They're-
our purchased power, right? I
Our
mean, we're
purchased
including our
power.
purchased power as well.
Are we including purchase power in this? That's a good question. That's a huge thing.
It is.
I'm not arguing with the protocol
Yeah, yeah.
for calculating the number.
Yeah.
Did you have more?
Well, I have one last question. If you go back to one of the graphs, thank you. Yeah, that's a good one. So, this is where I started with my IRP question earlier. I'm finally back to it. IRP recommends that we add, I think, enough wind to get us to 266. I know that the market, we're paying more attention to it, and there are some things happening. We've talked publicly about the fact that we're going to be at 50% renewable by roughly 2020. That's not reflected up there in terms of what we're projected to be, the impact on either the blue or the orange line. So I wanted to better understand, and without getting into the details of what's happening with any of those plans, better understand why we've been talking about that and why it's not reflected in what we're looking at today.
So why it's not reflected is on an annual basis, and we've talked about this at previous board meetings. On an annual basis, we go through and do a resource plan. And that resource plan, as we look at it, brings in considerations of technology advancements, what the pricing is for new technology, what the changes are out in the industry. It brings in a lot of the integrated energy marketplace attributes that we've gone through as a board and as senior management over the last year. As we look at that, right, it provides us new information which we think needs to be actionable. So we're in the process of doing that currently. And so the pullback on that was, let's just understand what that's telling us before we take measures to move in one direction or the other. So it's just part of the annual process that we would go through, I guess is the way that I would put that. And so I feel like it's not a step back in a permanent way. It's a step back just to take a look at what's happening in the industry today, what's happening in the marketplace, and how is it that we can best respond to that going forward.
And I think these lines, both lines, the red line and the blue line on this chart, are really meant to say these are decision points that we have made.
Yes.
Right, that have already kind of either been determined in this regard, whether it's the Fort Calhoun or Shoals or whatever that may look like, that have been decided, right? So the change would be, what are those future things that we
We're not
need to begin to
projecting
think
out.
about? Exactly, we're not gonna project it out because, to me, it's not based on current decisions that have been made.
So Makes sense. So I just want to discern then the North Omaha 4 and 5 switching. That's because that was a board resolution a few years ago. The decision's been made,
2014.
right? So that's why that's included.
14.
Because the decision is made. Okay. All right. That helps me understand. Thank you.
Another important piece, and I'll just chime in, sorry, I had to leave
You're back.
the room, I'm back. Very much in alignment with what Mary said, and going back to the point, the language that was mentioned earlier on the pace of value. That value, it's not only the cost of whatever the technology is, but the value for us. What exactly do we need going forward? And some of these decisions have to do with, do we need energy? Do we need capacity? It's not just any renewable for the sake of a renewable, but it's a renewable for us to meet certain demands. And those demands continue to change. So I think one of the reasons why you see here at 40 is because in addition to what Mary said on changing technology and costs and many things that we're looking at, it's what is it that we need that resource for? And as things are changing, if we don't need it necessarily for energy or if we need it more for capacity, there are certain different technologies that would help us meet that standard. So,
Or resiliency.
Or resiliency, or a bunch of different things. So I think going back to what Tim and Mary said, we're reserving our decision to better address whatever needs are presented to the OPPD.
So board, on that point, are we allowing that discussion about resource choices enter the environmental SD? Shouldn't that rather be under the resource planning?
Can I?
I'm asking them right now.
Okay.
We can't
How do
separate
we
the two.
govern our SDs? Is this an environmental SD, or is this being influenced by the pushback I've heard is that, well, we're talking about resource choices here.
Yeah, that points out to the whole thing of the interrelationship to all of these SDs.
But that interrelationship does not show up in the language among each SD.
It shouldn't, or else it gets too confusing.
Exactly my point.
Which is why we have Javier there in that decision and making that specific goal policy. Javier, do you want to mention anything? You had a point?
Am I allowed?
You were allowed.
Thank you. So I am not sure, I have not reviewed all the SDs on the specific language. But the point I've made before is that the choice of resources, the integrated resource planning or the resource planning activity in and of itself is, it's a how, it's an action, it's a tool on how we, management and OPPD, can deliver on the other 14 strategic directives.
So I agree with that. My point is not how it's written today, but is that how we should be using our SDs?
I mean, there's a question, state your question again. You said.
So the point I'm hearing is,
question is confusing.
repeatedly from Mary and Javier earlier, and then when he came back, is that we need the measure that we have here today because it is reflective of our need to make generation choices. And those generation choices decisions should be governed by the resource planning SD rather than the environmental SD.
Disagree.
I don't think they said that.
No,
I think
disagree.
resource planning is made, you don't do it every month, you don't do it every year, it's a long-term play. So all these things just factor into the many decisions that go on, as Tim mentioned. I mean, none of it's done in a vacuum. These are guidelines, again, directional guidelines to give them. There's no perfect decision ever at this place, I'm sure. I've never seen where, oh yeah, it meets every single criteria we have down.
Sure.
But resource planning is where a major part of what we're doing here, generation and what we're doing. As you get those decisions going forward, you'll have your say in it, and everyone, whoever the board makeup is when it comes around. I mean, you're looking at a snapshot, but I think what you're saying, does it drive it? I wouldn't say it
No.
drives it. I think we need to allow ourselves
I think
have
we're
that
driving the
discussion
resource
when it
plans,
comes.
that 20%
But it's a big part of it, I'd
decrease.
say.
If
So-
we say 20% decrease carbon intensity, okay, when they have to go look for another load source, another resource,
Sure.
they're gonna have to take that into consideration.
Correct.
If we didn't have it, then we wouldn't have that.
Along
think that-
with
yeah.
and reliability.
Reliability, it all has to do with the
Everything else.
interrelatedness,
The
but
other contracts we have for the SPP, I mean, all these other things, the tail shouldn't wag the dog. I mean, that's kind of, environmental is a factor. This is one SD factor on the whole company.
Right,
Not
and-
the only factor.
I agree. And so I'm just trying to make sure that we're parsing things correctly with our SDs.
I believe we are. That's what we looked at so closely in the committee.
I,
I think we're gonna go to Scott to see if we have anything else. Where are we?
Sure. I guess the question I would have right now, is there any additional
well, I
conversation to be
I
had
wanted
on
to
this?
respond to, is it reachable? So in terms of reachable goals, I tend to prefer, rather than a single-year baseline, tying it to a rolling average, like a 5-year or 10-year rolling average, and asking for improvement over that, generally.
I don't think that gives us flexibility as far as when the resources come on. I think that's gonna be confusing.
Well, think about it.
I think we've got to let it see what.
I mean,
how it's
if we
gonna play
make
out, let
economic
Mary-
projections, we aren't doing it based on what happened in 1999. I mean, we're looking at how the market trends.
I sort of look, I sort of like what the Clean Power Plan had, and I think there's a reason why the EPA put that out. I think it's a strong source, and I think we should go with that rather than
But,
something else.
as I mentioned during the committee, and I'll say it right here,
Sure.
that was also defeated, and it's no longer in play,
Well,
and we're still.
state.
We're still,
No, it was defeated, and we have all the public policy on these kind of things. Now, will that change in 2 years? Maybe, probably. I mean, that's part of the whole compromise. We're still working to
this is
be
compromise.
environmentally good stewards.
Yes.
That maybe it not fit everything you want, may not get everything I want, but we're going in the right direction. If we want to whipsaw back and forth with all these federal policies, I mean, which we also got to pay attention to, that's where we're at. I think we're still grinding away in the right direction that everyone, I hope, everyone can feel somewhat comfortable with. Not everyone's getting everything they want, or immediately now, or whatever.
So, I mean, the reaction is done without looking at any numbers. I would like to have some numbers that shows, what that means. What a 10-year average or 5-year average might look like.
That might be in the reporting of it, okay? It might be in the reporting of the policy, you can see where you are right now, but I'm not comfortable as far as setting the 5-10-year average or whatever, or the rolling average, because I don't think it gives enough flexibility, as I said before.
The way I understood it in the committee was, and maybe, again, correct me if I'm wrong here, I think we had somewhat this discussion, but part of it was, let's let it work a little bit. Let's let Mary do her thing along with,
Let her
get
do it.
everyone's input. That's why we had them there. And then they come back and we say, okay, well, and that's probably more appropriate time to say, what about a 5-year average, and go to that discussion. But we haven't allowed her or anybody to come back yet, so this is just that first look at it. Is that kind of,
Yeah,
we have that discussion?
I would agree with that. I mean, I think you're raising, and we still never sewed up the other questions that
There
you
was
had
another
about
question.
other environmental issues, right?
The
in
environmental
central
regulatory
reporting. So I
standards
think
as
a
far
lot
as
of, to
using
your
that.
point, I think there's clearly a ton of data out there. And the hard part is for us choosing what we're going to zero in on and focus on. I'm averse to, littering is not the right word, but I'm averse to adding a bunch of additional metrics
So am I.
within the strategic directive, but
Yes.
I definitely think that it's
It should be,
important for us
as far as reporting,
to
those
report
metrics.
out on a lot of, if not all of the things that you've talked about.
Yeah, I just-
Because
Yeah.
I think like the transition alone, just from percent of retail renewable to this, especially given that we don't have a lot of context for what other utilities are doing, is a major shift, right? And so I think zeroing in on that, getting that right, and then starting to track additional data and looking at it over the course of the next several months, I think is, and when we do this reporting again in a year, give or take, to me is,
Exactly.
it is, as we've talked about many times, a work in progress is a compromise. I definitely pushed for more. I pushed harder. We had some fun conversations about where we needed to be. This is, to me, a step in the right direction. And I think it gets us started. It gets us thinking in different terms about different levers that we can be using. A lot of stuff that we can track and measure and a lot of things that are important, but to me, I think there's a lot of merit to zeroing in on something.
Yeah. And if I could go back to, you had mentioned as far as number one, conduct its business in a manner that at a minimum meets all environmental regulatory standards. I think we actually had a discussion about the minimum.
We did.
Because we wanted to push for more.
Exactly.
And, the idea is, it's a minimum, and we want to sort of stress to them that we want even more, which, go beyond those standards. And then you had also, with your stuff, I think the RISI and the COBRA, you wanted in that. To me, that's just a screening metric that doesn't belong in a policy, because it'll be changing. And, the EPA might not even be in the EPA right now, is what I mentioned to you before, which is frightening. But that would be a metric that we could perhaps look at to present in the future, but I don't think it belongs in the policy.
Well, can I respond to that? I think you've got 5 other bullets that address,
Yes.
going beyond.
Yes.
I think the first order of business is we're going to be in compliance, and that's measurable. It's binary. You either are or you aren't. So to qualify and say, well, at a minimum, we're going to meet these standards, what does that mean?
We
Does
wanted
that
to
mean
sort
we're
of push
going
to
to
go
do better, or
further.
we're going to do,
Try to do better if you can, because this is the compromise
so-
discussion too, by the way.
Yeah.
So does the meaning change
was a
if we use
compromise.
comply? or-
No, I think but the first order of business is we're going to be in compliance,
Yeah,
period.
to me, it's like the zeroth law, right? I mean, of course
Now,
we
the
would
next
do that.
5
We don't
qualify
even need to
that.
say it, right?
We're going to reduce our carbon intensity, we're going to promote these programs, we're going to do all these other things to be better.
Yeah.
But the measurable metric is, are you in compliance?
Right, we have that, but we want them to try to do more, is what that says.
I think that's what the other 5 bullets say.
Well, if we're gonna take the first bullet and basically say we're gonna comply with regulatory standards, then let's take it out. Like, at that point, what's the point in saying we're gonna comply with the regulations that exist? It's
Well-
either,
This was the discussion
It's
we
either
had in
being
meeting, by the way.
that being
That's
Yeah,
why we
I can
wanted to
live
push
with
for
that.
more.
Because
I
we
prefer
won't
we
break the
retain it
law.
as it is.
I like it as it is right now, because
I-
I want to push for more. And that
I
was our
agree.
that was our compromise.
Well, and part of the other side of that is,
Yeah,
okay, so we get whipsawed by all these federal regulations and everything else that we can't control. And sometimes we don't want to be with that because we disagree on our mission. It's completely adverse to our mission. And we've had that, and I'm not gonna get into details, but it happens. It's like everything the EPA or somebody else says to do doesn't necessarily mean it's correct. That's just what happened to this new administration. So now we're in an administration, get rid of every regulation. Well,
we're not going to do
okay,
that.
I don't think we want to do that. But, so what I'm saying, this was the compromise, putting in at a minimum was a compromise, which I could live with the other one, don't get me wrong, or get rid of it. But at a minimum, I don't know, that was,
That was our
Would
big
you be,
compromise.
so we're, I mean, I just think get rid of it. If all we're gonna do is be environmental regulation and talk about what does move us beyond compliance, what does move us forward, what does, generate something beyond, we won't break the law. Recall my background is that agency that takes science and then reduces risk to human health and the environment by first asking industry. Industry pushes back. They go to regulations. Everybody pushes back there. It's not what's based on science to begin with. It's based on a compromise between industry and the rest of the country. And those who have different points of view. So, one could say it's inflammatory. I recognize it before I say it.
one could say that we could change this language to maximize the risk to human health and the environment as allowed by law. We don't want, I mean, that's what we're doing when we're saying minimizing, or are we only going to do the minimum that is required by what has come out of a political process that is changing? Let's get rid of it. Let's move towards those things that move us beyond that.
Well, at a minimum means, I thought during the discussion was, okay, yeah, you gotta, if the law is the law, you gotta follow it, right?
Yeah,
We don't have any
we're
say in
there.
that. Okay, but at a minimum meant, if we're doing a better job, and we find innovative ways to do a better job
We're
than
gonna
the
do it.
environmental standards, that's what we wanted to reach for.
That's what we meant by at a minimum.
And
We wanted
However,
to
with
push for more.
that being said, I get a little worried too, that, well, does that mean every single thing that's ordained down to us, we've got to comply with? So, getting rid of it, this is the only one that actually we kept almost, word for word, and we added that
Yeah.
as a,
I think it adds confusion. I don't think it clarifies anything.
I
That's just
think
my opinion.
Beyond that, I'd love
I
to
get
help
that.
out Lisa with the pollinators, and, you know, let's find our successes where we're beyond, and let's trumpet and amplify that, and have something
Well, how
that-
would you reword that then?
Well, I'd get rid of that, and I don't know that it belongs in this policy, but we should be, our public view, when we educate, I think it lands in the education part of things, is that we should be taking pride in the positive steps we are doing beyond compliance.
is there an SD that covers regulatory in another way? That's not environmentally, I mean, we have to follow the law.
Certainly in
Yeah.
in other board linkage documents and in the board
It
governance
is there.
documents.
It's in there.
We talk about laws, regulatory, those kinds of pieces. Again, this piece is around environmental stewardship and around environmental regulatory standards around that.
Yes.
And I think we want to report on that, and that's perhaps the reason we're doing that. You need a reporting on that, or else it might not be in there as far as reporting.
It's like safety. Do we say in our safety that we comply with regulations, with OSHA regulations, MSHA, whatever?
We might, yeah.
Darn.
We do. I think we do. Yes, we
Yeah.
do.
Do it at
Yes,
a
we
minimum,
do.
okay, yeah.
Yes, we
At a
do.
minimum.
That's in our
I don't
SD
think it
around
hurts
safety
anything.
code.
I think it adds to it.
Okay.
So it's not an SD. But we have an SD in safety.
So I think really the question, I think, has emerged, there's really two options here. It sounds like one, well, there's three. One is to keep it as it's worded. The second is to revise it to say, conduct its business in a manner that complies with applicable environmental regulatory standards. And the third is to just scratch it because really the other directives speak to aspects of what it is that you're thinking this is intended to drive. Are those the three?
Those are the
options
three.
that seem to emerge?
Just getting rid of it.
Yes, getting rid of it was one of them. What do we think?
You know, there's a lot of compromises in here I'm not gonna go against, but I'd say keep it. I mean, there were some other things that people gave up on that, you know, I'd say keep it.
That's where I'm at too.
It's at a
I'm
minimum.
not there too,
I
as far as the
appreciate-
public recognizing the fact that at least that's there, you know, I think they have to know that we do that,
Let's
and
keep
we
it.
try to strive for more.
I appreciate your context, that it provides a baseline and then from that.
Yeah.
Exactly, it's the baseline.
So general feeling to keep it. Good discussion. So, I think the three that were raised was this first one. Any more discussion on that? This one. Feels like we've exhausted discussion on that, or is there more to discuss? I understand that there might not be full agreement around it, but is there any new information to share? There is one more that was brought up. It was this one. I am mindful that it's 20 to noon, and I don't know if it'd be appropriate to call for a break or if we want to jump into this one before.
Let's just get this done.
Yeah.
Everybody want to get it done?
I don't know.
Go for it.
Let's get it done.
Get it done. So participate and provide leadership in the development of national, state, and regional environmental policies and initiatives that support OPPD's mission. This was a line that was actually nearly identical to what was included in the one that was passed before, just as a point of information. And I know that, I believe that you had raised a concern, Director Yoder.
It's a structural concern regarding the SDs. And what do we call them? BELs or where is that where?
Board linkages?
The board linkage, yeah. We delegate authority on having an opinion on how the rule should be set. And when we're successful, then we set the rule. Therefore, of course we'll be happy to follow any rule that we set. It's just an awkward position to be in.
Any thoughts or reflections on that?
Well, I think, it's kind of interesting. Let's use the previous 20% reduction in carbon intensity as the rule that came out yesterday, I believe, or was published on the clean energy plan. As that begins to roll, one of the elements is that it rolls to the states, and the states drive what that policy looks like within the states. So our position could be, listen, we also want a 20% reduction.
We want to push
Right, that matches our mission, and that'll be our conversation that we may have with the Department of Environmental Quality. Right, what does that 20% reduction in carbon intensity look like across the state? And what does that look like? Or is it based on current clean power plan levels, right, over some period of time? And what does that look like? And so that would be one that we would potentially do, which would be maybe different from others in the state. Others may take a challenge to that, maybe offense to that, maybe not, but it would be one that we would be in a position to take a leadership role on saying, listen, we've established it, here's what it looks like. As an example, just a quick example of a current regulation that's going to be promulgated from federally, maybe down to the state.
Sure, we should have a role in, I'm not saying we shouldn't have a role.
No, I appreciate that.
I'm not sure that it's here.
Where do you think it belongs then?
Well, back in the BL. Structurally, how do these fit together? We also sent a letter to help, what was it, to help me with the letter that we sent, where we talked about outside of the fence line.
It was on the Clean Power Plan.
It was on the Clean Power Plan. And so now, we help make that happen, of course.
Well, but I think it was based on current regulation. I think our position on that was the current regulation doesn't speak to outside.
Yeah, so the level above that, though, is we were active there, as we're saying, and on the bullet 5.
Sure.
Is the board telling you to do that in bullet 5, or do we tell you to do that in the BL?
If I can speak to that, I was pulling up the BL policies. The board staff linkage policies are really designed to clarify the delegation of authority from the board. So there's a delegation in there in terms of things that we can purchase, at what limits we can purchase, this kind of thing. I believe that the intention of the BL as it relates to BL 9, which is delegation to the President and Chief Executive Office of local, state, and federal legislation and regulation, was to simply provide that authority, or that empowerment to do that. This actually says specifically with regards to environmental stewardship. We think it would be important for you to exercise that authority in support of this particular policy.
It puts more meat on it.
So
they complement each other. One's an enabler to the other.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's true. I understand the challenge that you're having.
It's so many.
This particular.
Okay, thank you.
That we can talk about here.
Okay, let's get back to that.
All right, so, but the thought that this raises for me is that we're participating, providing leadership in the development of national, state, and regional policies and initiatives that support OPPD's mission. as it relates to all of our strategic directives, right? Whether or not it's something safety-related, reliability, grid stability, risk. So then, I guess I'm in the spirit of sort of cleaning these up. I assume that we don't have the same sentence in all of our other strategic
No, we do
directives,
not.
right?
Nope.
So the only difference is this one calls out the environmental policies and initiatives. And I understand what you said as it relates to they complement one another, and I think you're right, because this sort of compels you as management to make sure that this is definitely something you're doing. I'm just forced to wonder whether or not
I think
we're essentially holding this one up over the others as it relates to your work.
I think the conversation originally around that one was around, we don't want to take a passive position
Right. We wanna be-
on these items that impact national, state, regional environmental policies and initiatives that support our mission very clearly. And that was the conversation around the board at that time.
Yeah.
There are some things we may or may not do. We may not take on an OSHA item that doesn't necessarily relate to our business
Okay.
for whatever that reason may be. And we may take a more passive role of what that looks like. But in this example, the board at that time thought, no, you ought to take a very clear, active role in those environmental policies and how that impacts our mission.
So that helps, and in which case I like it, I like to retain it. I understand the tension between what this is pushing management to do and its alignment with the positions that we take on some different
Yes.
state, local,
Which
regional
might be
laws.
different than other utilities. We
And
wanna
that's-
push-
They're becoming more different.
And they're becoming more
Yeah.
difficult.
That's the issue.
There is a
Okay.
stress there, and we need
Yeah, part
our
of this,
environmental people
part of
there
this, I think
for
we
that.
need to keep that in there as a board, telling our senior management and leadership, continue to do what you're doing, because we're already doing this. So this says, continue to do what you're doing, just like the electric vehicle deal that happened with the Volkswagen settlement. I mean, we had
Yeah, we
people
were
that it
pushing-
wasn't
we were
perfect,
pushing
I
for
don't know,
EVs
maybe
and
not
things.
for everybody, but we were there leading the conversation. There's a lot of legislative things, and this is my lens of it, that we want to be there that supports OPPD's mission. There may be some environmental things that are proposed in a legislative, federal or state or even local that really don't support our mission. It sounds all really good, but that's not, it completely doesn't work.
Yeah.
We should be there at the table telling them, hey, here's why it doesn't work. So that's where I'm coming from. I would think you would want this in there.
Yeah,
because
I don't know why you wouldn't
it
get rid of it.
strengthens your hand on all these other things.
Yeah.
If we just go crawl under a rock and just
Yeah,
forget it,
we
I'm not
want
saying we
people
do that.
there.
But I think this strengthens your position of pushing environmental policies.
Okay.
Yeah, and Lisa, if you want to add on to any of that?
I was just saying that that bullet point does help us when we're at the table and so forth, to provide those lanes of direction. And then, of course, Tim has the delegation to say that's the position that we're gonna take. For
Okay.
discussions.
So,
Or not, right?
Good to keep it
gives
in.
us
I'm
that.
good.
Okay, so Scott, you want to go around the table,
But-
whether or not we
but
want to
maybe
keep this
when
in?
we talk about the BL, we talk about it too.
Yeah.
Can I give you just I think this is a really good example that ties into so many things we talked about. So LB 840 was an example.
Which one is that?
This would be wind for export bill.
Yeah.
This is a position that OPPD took that the NPA
Did not.
did not take. This is a position that we, along with Senator McAllister, took a position that was completely different than the industry on it in supporting it, because we felt there was advantage in allowing that to occur. That could impact economic development, that could impact a variety of other things in the environment, including OPPD and some of the things we're doing with specific customers, which then moved us to create rate 261M, which allowed us then to have Facebook build
Yeah,
a large facility here in the area. Those are ones that are great examples of where, this strategic directive, this piece, and the board linkages allowed us to take those positions for the benefit of OPPD. And for that matter, I think the benefit of the state of Nebraska. Now, others in this industry may disagree with me on that, but that was a very succinct position that, from a management team, we took a completely different role, as we have on a couple other items, where we've taken different positions as the industry. And we'll continue to look at those as it impacts our mission.
Which is the mission is leading the way.
I would say, hearing from OPPD, if you're in the legislature, it probably makes a difference when you're deciding these things. Well, well, they must be good with it. They put a lot more thought into it. I think it helps, so that's leadership.
It's leadership, our mission is leading the way, and in this situation, this provides leadership to do that. Leading the way.
So I haven't heard any disagreement then.
Heavy stuff.
On this.
Yeah, so where are we on this? Let's see if we can, are we accepting this or not?
The natural next steps from the process is, one, we make the determination, is this required to go back into committee? Or two, has there been sufficient board really discernment around this policy that you feel it reflects a policy you'd like to go out to the public for review and comment? And our process has always been that way. What happens if it goes out to public for review and comment is we post it on OPPD.com, and we use several.
OPPD listens.
And
as
OPPD
well.
listens, and we provide several opportunities through social media and others to try to tap really into that public awareness and bring those comments back.
What's the timeline on that?
It would typically be 30 days. And then what would happen is we would solidify those comments and bring them back for a review in the following board, the board meeting following the 30 days of open review.
Thank you.
At that point, the board would determine, is there anything in these
Right now,
comments
okay,
that
great, I
would
need to
suggest a reconsideration or a further refinement of the policy? If we refined then, move forward to board for approval, or go back into committee, depending on the nature of all of the comments that come forward. So really the determination today is, are you wanting, for some reason, to bring it back into PI committee? If so, it might be helpful to understand what that would be, or is it ready to be posted for a 30-day public comment?
Can we say we don't want it back in our committee?
You can say that.
Okay, well, I was saying.
I think it is to be wanted to go forward to the public
Yes.
For review and comment.
For public.
for review.
I think yes, but I want to talk about the time frame.
Yeah, that's,
I wanna have that conversation
thank you. I
as
think
well.
that was my suggestion too. I say yes, but we have to talk about time frame and also explanation for the public, as far as public information, providing explanations of how we got this and everything.
What does
Nick?
that mean?
We'll talk about, post it.
Well,
Yeah.
that's my question. What does that mean? I know there are many different channels, but I'd like to have.
Let's see what the public wants to say about it.
Yeah.
I think we need to put it out to the public, and I think it's gonna take time. It might take longer than 2 months.
So-
1 month,
so
you
what's-
know, depending
yes.
on the public response. And what my major concern is explaining the carbon intensity to the public, why we didn't use the renewables, why we think this is a better measure, and maybe
So what we
Lisa.
can do is, I'll talk to the team and we'll put an FAQ together, and what will be great about that is, then the public can react to that to say, I understand that, or I don't understand that, and here are the reasons why, and so forth.
And then you can
then
get
if we
that
have to do
feedback.
more, you know, communication on it to help clarify, it would be helpful to
That's
know.
what we need.
So, yeah, thumbs up. on
That all sounds good. So timing. What's important to me is that
Timing's
the
flexible.
expectation is not set.
Correct.
That we'll go 30 days and then come to the October board meeting, which I think if people want to, if you think about it as sort of our public meeting when people show up to express their opinion in 3 minutes or less, I'm not comfortable saying that that's when we'll vote either, right? Like I
Correct.
want to create an environment where people are willing to come in, share their opinion, and then we need to take a little bit of time to digest that, which is to say, I'm hoping that we can open it up for 30 days, have hopefully a good, robust discussion, allow people to offer their comments in October with sort of an expected, maybe revise after that, depending upon what the comments are, because we should be mindful of what our constituents are telling us.
Yes.
Which would put us in the November board meeting for the soonest vote on changes.
Right.
That's kind of what I'm
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah, November
Yeah,
board.
and
It's
I-
still 30 days notice. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still 30 days, but given that 30-day window is going to likely include the October board meeting for people to come in and
Yeah, 'cause-
provide comment.
yep.
Okay.
And then if something miraculous comes up where they say, hey, yeah, that's the greatest point ever, we
Right.
could consider that, but we've been doing this for 4 months. At some point, now you'll get some pushback, it's
Yeah, of
not
course.
perfect.
We're gonna
and
get pushback
it is
because
what
we had
it
a
is.
compromise. Yeah.
So I'm a little hesitant of that, but absolutely this needs to be out from the public for 30 days, then is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we can,
When we do it,
when we have
that's our
the next
standard.
Tuesday
Yep.
committee meeting,
Yes.
we can also maybe have hopefully a short discussion of some of the comments that have come
Yes.
in. I think that's a very good idea. And to talk about those comments and perhaps the reason why these are good comments or why we may not include them. And I think if we put that in the Tuesday meeting, and it may be just as long if there's a lot of comments. But, a lot of times, these comments, there's just one, there's about 4 or 5 major points that they're making. And if in that committee meeting like this, we can go over that people can listen to it, and then that next Thursday, they can respond to that.
So-
in their explanations.
Yes, and I would say if there's any need for the PI committee to get together either immediately before or directly after the board.
Or we may be
meeting's
doing
discussion,
both.
And we can decide it based on what we're seeing.
Yes.
So,
It's maybe only one more meeting.
just,
It might be
Not
2
mind
more
the
meetings.
But it's like, well, at some point, we're here to make
At some
decisions.
point,
Yes,
we have,
agreed.
but at the same time, I think when the public responds, we need to have a solid reason why or why not, and then we might be able to give that in a committee meeting with the help of management
yeah,
explaining that. to us.
calendar metrics, the next committee meeting is 28 days away.
Yeah,
So-
October 9th.
So we're not till November anyway, if we're given 30 days.
Good
Well,
point.
30 days is really kind of this, from one month to another month.
From one board meeting.
From one board, I understand.
Like I say,
I understand.
clarity.
I understand, but that's typically how it is, but that's how we have done that, because there's been sometimes we've done only 3 weeks, right? So very clearly, depending on when the board meeting hits or falls. So the concept is we would give them that between one board meeting and another board meeting to provide those written comments through a variety of vehicles, and then obviously in October, they'd have the opportunity to present publicly if they decide to do that.
And if you could provide the public, what you're going to provide to the public to us too, that'd be great.
Absolutely. And then, of course, each week in Director's Update, you guys
You're gonna have the
receive
comments.
and so forth.
Good.
And then we'll also know where are the gaps in terms from a communication standpoint that we need to help out. And that's why we'll start with that FAQ.
Thank you.
Okay?
And I think it's important to recognize too, as comments have come in prior to here, because we have received many, that those have been shared and accepted. So there's a thread of comments that have been provided all along and have helped really, I think, the committee shape and discern where we are.
And a lot of people want very specific things, and I think if people have to understand this is a broad policy, that underneath it is where we have those specifics where it goes, and I think that's where it is. I think we're going to take a break now before systems, a half-hour break. That's okay? Thank you very much, Scott. You did a great job.
Thanks, Scott. That was great.
Appreciate it. Mary, everybody else in the room.
Thanks,
Yeah.
PI committee, you guys did great.
Okay. Let's wrap up for a minute.
Okay,
Lunch is out.
maybe, Lisa, you may want to let Andrew know, we'll just cut it off for half an hour and come
Okay.
back.
Are we,
No, that's the first one.
The glue.
Yeah, the first item.
You're doing systems, right? Yep.
okay. If we're ready, we can begin. Systems, Mr. Yoder.
So several things on the agenda. We'll have a couple of action items, but mostly reporting. And I want to start off with Julie for contracts over 500,000.
Okay, thank you, Director Yoder. I have a contract with Boyd Jones Construction Company, which is for a customer-related project to do demonstration solar at their facilities. OPPD will be reimbursed for this project, and it's just over $812,000.
Thanks. Everybody good? All right. And then over to Mary for.
Actually, for
Oh,
Kate.
nope, there was another one? I
There's
missed
more,
that.
yep.
Oh, all right, thank you.
There you go.
Sorry.
I'll take the next one.
Yep.
So
That's why
this-
it's various. Sorry, Kate.
Oh, no. This is a contract around lifecycle management of our network hardware infrastructure. So that's the core. The WAN is the wide area network. It's aggregating the back end and replacing it. It's for a little over $1.3 million. And that's basically a hardware replacement project.
Okay, thank you. Javier?
Mine is a little bit over $548,000, and it's for purchase of trenchers. I believe it's 5 different trenchers, as they come to end of life, and it becomes more expensive to repair. It's part of our transportation fleet reinvestment program.
Terrific. Anybody? And then Mo, can you handle the, I know you can, the HDR?
Yeah, this is a contract for engineering services from HDR for the fiber network expansion. That's that fiber replacement that we talked about a couple times, and this is to provide that engineering services that we need for $996,809.
A lot of that we've seen before, not all of it.
Yes.
Some is repetitive and will come up again in terms of replacing equipment. And now on to other things we've seen. Mary?
Yes, thank you. We are back to report on the labor contract that has been awarded to TEI Construction, or excuse me, Total Western Incorporated, TEI. Excuse me, Total Western, I'm sorry. And while this was not the lowest bid for this labor, it was the best evaluated, best value bid. Some of the things that distinguished them was they provided a fuller plan for how they were going to scaffold in the boiler as they conducted this work. They had a detailed construction plan utilizing primarily a parallel approach because we're doing the upper and the lower part of the boiler. It allows for early completion as we go through this. It's important that we stay on schedule. And they also identified a project team and actually brought the project team to some of the evaluation meetings that we had. So for that reason, we awarded it to Total Western.
So this is really a big project.
It is a big
I think
project.
it's great. You guys are doing a wonderful job on it. It's ambitious, and I look forward to the positive solution.
Thank you.
Well,
When is the outage for this?
The outage is in spring of 19.
That would be, it's fun to go there, by the way, any of the directors, when they have the outage, to go down and see exactly what's going on. It's a great time to visit the plant.
That is a very good comment. Yes, it is. Great time to see the equipment opened up and get the scale of the equipment that we're working
To
on.
see everything. It's really a great time to see it. And to meet the employees.
Yep.
thank you. Anything else? Okay. Mo, can you help us out with the transformer?
Sure. Back in May of this year, you approved a contract to purchase two auto transformers, one to replace an older one that we've had for a while, and another one for a spare to make sure that we have a resilient system. We also had an option in that contract that we can go back and purchase additional auto transformers if we needed to. So now that's what we're doing. We're taking advantage of that. We're going back and getting one more auto. The price was very similar to what we paid a few months ago, so that went well. Questions?
This goes to reliability and systems we talked about. We have a somewhat unique configuration on this. So
Right, those auto transformers are very important to this system. We have about 7, 8 of them in our system, and we wanted to make sure that we're prepared in the future. So we're going to end up having 2 spares to make sure that if we have a failure, we can replace one quickly, because they're very long lead items. They take about a year. So.
Okay. Others? Thank you, Mo. And then, as we move into action items, I think I'll again defer, who am I deferring to this time? Julie, yes.
So I have 2 board action items relative to easement acquisition, and so they're both related to providing for reliability and growth capacity in the Sarpy County area. One of them is actually, the first one is a revised easement acquisition. So in August of 2017, there was already a board action on this to pursue a transmission line in that area and the easements that we needed for that. And that line has had some modifications to it based on new learnings during the past year of the amount of capacity we're going to have to serve in that area. So the first one, again, is revising that, and it's near Highway 50 and Shram Road, and it's moving it from what we had approved last year was easements for a 161 over 69 kV line, and it's moving to a 345 kV over a 161 kV line. So this action will just modify, and the details are outlined in the action item of the modifications. And then the second one is for the Sarpy County transmission line rebuild easement acquisition, and this is for a new rebuild and repositioning of a 161 kV line in the Sarpy County area again, and it's to pursue easement acquisition. We go out, we will negotiate for that in good faith, and this just authorizes if we had to go to eminent domain that we could.
Okay, those are action items, and I think that's the end of the report, is it not? Anybody
Okay.
else? All right, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Next, we go to governance. Mr. Gay.
All right, Governance Committee met this morning, and as many of you know, a survey was sent out to board members on the employee relations policy. I think everyone did the survey. Thanks for doing that. They're most generally accepted. There were a few comments here and there. Scott will follow up with those individuals that had some comments, and then we will have another board meeting next month to go over that. So we'll make a recommendation probably at the October board meeting that you can look at. We'll discuss like we did earlier, and then make any changes and go through that process.
So there's a potential for refinements?
Yeah. So, but the survey that was out, Scott, you got anything to add to that? I mean, the survey is.
Yeah, the email that went out, it was good. We got probably 5 or 6 directors who had responded with feedback, basically saying that the directive seems to be in alignment with our overall strategic direction. There were some thoughts presented for consideration, and the thought is it would be helpful to get people together and have a bit more conversation about what those thoughts actually were and flesh out. Are there any refinements actually required to the policy, or are there other kind of education needs and stuff that might surface through that discussion?
Great.
So, and I won't, I'm not going to point out directors who had questions, you know what questions you had.
Yep.
But I think it's best if Scott just follows up, and then we'll have our meeting next month.
Okay.
So we have that. Any questions on that? And then Mart has some severance agreements, reporting item. Mart, you want to?
Sure. We had 2 severance agreements, one in Kate's area, one in Mary's area, as a result of the accountable management restructuring process that we're going through in the organization.
Yeah, so those are listed there for you. Any questions on those? Doesn't look like it. That's all we had that I remember.
Next time we need to go into closed session.
Oh, yeah. For this one, on 2 items. So we're ready to do that now then? No other questions? Yep, and we'll go into closed session. I'll move that the board goes into closed session at this time, which is 12:40, thanks. To discuss potential future upgrades to the district's electric system and for a discussion regarding enterprise risk management issues. With respect to the potential future system upgrades, the closed session is necessary because the discussion will involve critical electric infrastructure, which if disclosed publicly could endanger the security of public property, and because the discussion will include electric load projections that are considered by affected customers to be confidential and competitively sensitive information. With respect to the enterprise risk management issue, the closed session is necessary because the discussion involves matters that are confidential and protected by the attorney-client privilege and attorney work product doctrine, and which involve the discussion of security for district property and utility infrastructure information.
Okay, the corporate secretary.
Barrett?
Yes.
Gabe?
Yes.
Mines?
Yes.
Trinan?
Yes.
McGuire?
Yes.
Moody?
Yes.
Yoder? Motion carried.
This motion to go into closed session is passed. The closed session will be limited to a discussion for potential future upgrades to the district's electric system and an update on enterprise risk management. No votes or board action will be taken during this closed session.
Who's all staying?
Very good. Who's all